Chapter 1065. Wang Pu and Qiu Jiahai stared at each other. Qiu Jiahai sighed. Zhuang Nanfang is really... Even he himself probably did not think that this would be the result. He most likely just wants to keep the Brocade Emperor busy, unable to rush over to our Broad Creed Mountains opening ceremony. Yin Zhaoge also sighed. After all, he's already an emperor in the true immortal realm. He should be able to make up for it. It was only when you mentioned Senior Apprentice Uncle Yu's evaluation of the Brocade Emperor that I learned that the Brocade Emperor probably left behind some hidden dangers when he pushed open the door to immortality, resulting in his current state. Qiu Jiahai asked, why didn't there be a problem earlier or later but now? If that Meng Wan had grown up in the world beyond worlds, she should be around the same age as Red Lotus Fu? It has been so many years. The corners of Yin Zhaoge's mouth twitched. I'm afraid that the Brocade Emperor was completely unaware of this back then, only having heard the news recently due to Zhuang Shan. He should have seen Meng Wan in person this time, with the crisis erupting in the end. There was no need for further words. It was already sufficient for the Brocade Emperor to meet Meng Wan. Qiu Jiahai's eyes widened. How could he not know? Let alone the Brocade Emperor. Any random martial practitioner who had some accomplishments in the martial Dao would be able to control whether or not they wanted to keep their seed, unless he was plucked by someone. Still, there was probably no one in the world beyond worlds who could currently pluck the Brocade Emperor. Plucking the Brocade Emperor without the Brocade Emperor noticing it all was something that no one else could do. Lu Xianting's cultivation base had been far too inferior to that of the Brocade Emperor that year. Who knows what's going on? Yin Zhaoge curled his lips. Wang Pu said, although this matter seems to have nothing to do with us, it's actually not a trivial matter. In the world beyond worlds, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were no minor matters. Any slight disturbance could affect the entire world beyond worlds. It's not like there's no direct relationship. Yin Zhaoge smacked his lips. He might very well be eyeing my father's Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud or my Tai Fist. Who knew what the Brocade Emperor, whose mind had gone haywire, might do now? The question now is whether the Brocade Emperor can recover. Wang Pu looked at Yin Zhaoge. If the Brocade Emperor had obtained the Tai Fist that year, perhaps there would not be such trouble now. Of course, I am not saying that Junior Apprentice Brother Yin will work for nothing. You can casually state your conditions now, and I believe that ingenious Flying Peak will not bargain at all. Yin Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples. If only it were that simple. I've studied the supreme arts of the Grand Clear lineage over the past few years, and have gained some insights as well. He smiled bitterly. The Brocade Emperor's foundation is already set in stone and cannot be changed. Of course, learning the Tai Fist now will be of use to him, as it can greatly increase his strength. Still, it is a pity that it can only be used on his current foundation. In other words, there was no way to solve the problem at hand. Instead, it made the madman stronger. Hearing this, Wang Pu felt helpless. Qiu Jiahai pondered for a moment before asking, what exactly is the Brocade Emperor's current state? Is it just a simple delirium, or is it similar to the soul detachment syndrome, where opposing thoughts and consciousness appear? If I were to guess, it would be the latter. Yin Zhaoge raised his head slightly. With the Brocade Emperor having suffered cultivation deviation, the most likely outcome would be a split soul, one passionate while the other emotionless. The journey that the Brocade Emperors will had traversed over the years had been separated into different stages. Before he had given birth to Fu Ting and Meng Wan, he had not been stained by even a single leaf. At this stage, the Brocade Emperor could be described as having 3,000 weak waters, all drained by a single scoop. Of course, if one were to really count the number of women that he had experienced, there would be far more than 3,000 over the course of over 1,000 years. At this stage, he was somewhere between passionate and emotionless. He was completely devoted to every single relationship. Yet, it was like he had countless versions of himself that corresponded to these countless relationships. In the past 100 years or so, the Brocade Emperor had stepped into a whole new stage. 3,000 weak waters, only drained by a single scoop. At this stage, He could be said to be devoted or extremely emotional. In the process of changing emotions, the Brocade Emperor's cultivation base had indeed gained hope of improving further. Yet, during this process, the Brocade Emperor had made a mistake for some unknown reason. What should have been many had turned into one had turned into many instead. Thus, a hidden danger had been sown. Now that the hidden danger had erupted, the exalted emperor had truly become foolish. Of course, even though he had become foolish, he was still an emperor. And even more dangerous. With just a wave of his hand, innumerable people would die casually. Extreme emotion regressed and fell. It was unable to return to that first stage where it seemed passionate whilst also emotionless. Yin Zhaoga guessed. Instead, a split occurred, with passion and emotionless having been separated. Qiu Jiahai was silent momentarily before he suddenly asked, that is to say that the Brocade Emperor's mind and memories are still clear. He will definitely be able to judge his current state and seek a way to resolve it. In that case, is it possible that he... As Qiu Jiahai said this, he slowly made a chopping motion with his palm. Yin Zhaoga pondered very earnestly for a moment before shaking his head. It is most likely useless. To him, the crux of the matter is not that he currently has 2 daughters. Instead, it is that he had 2 daughters back then. Denying the present cannot change the past. Killing one of them cannot allow him to start all over again. Yin Zhaoga paused for a moment before saying softly, instead, killing both of them at the same time, perhaps. Wang Pu said, if Junior Apprentice Brother Yan's words are true and the Brocade Emperor's soul has really split into 2, the emotionless one will probably have such a plan. Qiu Jiahai continued. Meanwhile, the passionate one will definitely try to stop it. The 3 of them looked at each other. Yin Zhaoga said slowly, this is all just a guess. Let us first see what exactly is going on with the Brocade Emperor. Qiu Jiahai gazed towards the south. Did he head to the southern blazing heaven territory as soon as he returned to take revenge on southern Zhuang and Wutong Slope? Then he will have wasted all his efforts, with Zhuang Shun already dead. Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope had long since left Phoenix Ritual Mountain under the leadership of their new chief, Mao Yuansheng, seeking to live in seclusion. No, that's not right. Halfway through his words, Qiu Jiahai denied his guess. The emotionless one does not just lack love or sympathy. Instead, he does not even have emotions like hatred or rage. Yin Zhaoga nodded. That's right. The emotionless Brocade Emperor does not consider things based on love or hate. Instead, he considers whether it is reasonable or unreasonable, or whether it is beneficial or not. Just because he is emotionless does not mean that he has no desires. Still, in the process of pursuing a goal, he will do things that are beneficial to him and will not do things that are not beneficial. For example, if he wants to return to his original state or advance further, and if taking revenge on Zhuang Shun and Wudong Slope is of no help in this, he will most likely not do it. Still, Yin Zhaoga lightly tapped his temple. The passionate one's standard of consideration may very well be the exact opposite. Chapter 1066. Qiu Jiahai looked at Wang Pu and asked, should we inform the concealed sovereign? Wang Pu shook his head. The concealed sovereign is definitely already aware of the Brocade Emperor's return to the world beyond worlds. Still, this is only our guess regarding the Brocade Emperor's current state. There is no actual proof. Of the bigwigs of the world beyond worlds who are still present, the female emperor would definitely not care about this matter, Qiu Jiahai said. And the Heaven Emperor? Yin Zhaoga and Wang Pu exchanged glances, the 3 simultaneously shaking their heads. It was already very good of him not to take advantage of the situation. Wang Pu said, whatever the case, the most important thing now is to ascertain exactly what the Brocade Emperor is thinking and verify whether Junior Apprentice Brother Yan's guess is correct. He looked at Qiu Jiahai. Junior Marshal Brother Qiu, I'll have to trouble you to make a trip to the south. Qiu Jiahai nodded. All right, Yin Zhaoga suddenly said, let me go instead. Wang Pu and Qiu Jiahai both looked at him, Qiu Jiahai hesitating for a moment before asking, Junior Apprentice Brother Yin, could it be that towards Red Lotus Fu, Red Lotus Fu's talent is outstanding, and I admire her very much. Still, for the time being, I have no intention of pursuing her." Yin Zhaoge waved his hands. He gently rubbed his temples. Back then, when he had guessed that Meng Wan's father had an extraordinary background, he had thought about it. For the Brocade Emperor, it was hard to say how he would treat this illegitimate daughter who had suddenly appeared. Because he was too unfamiliar, he didn't have feelings for him, so he didn't value him. Because it had caused the Brocade Emperor to end up in his current state, he was instead displeased. Or perhaps, because of the regret, he doubled the compensation, giving her whatever she wanted. The first two possibilities were still fine, but if it was the last one, Yin Zhaoge would have to pay attention to it. Born of the Sacred Sun clan, Meng Wan had never held any obvious enmity towards Broad Creed Mountain. Some of the friction had stemmed from the conflict between the two great sects of the Eight Extremities world that year rather than personal enmity. She and Feng Yunsheng had always been like sisters. However, the Sacred Sun clan had at the end of the day been breached by Broad Creed Mountain. It was fine if Meng Wan didn't have the ability, but what would she do after she had the ability? What sort of stance would the Brocade Emperor have towards this? The current Broad Creed Mountain had the backing of Northern High Peak's Jade Capital Crag. The problem, however, was that the current Brocade Emperor was not normal, as he could not be guessed using normal logic. Especially when the Sword Sovereign Yujin Bei was currently not in the world beyond worlds. Yin Zhaoge could not help but pay attention to this problem. If it were any other martial saint expert descending to the Eight Extremities world, Yin Zhaoge would not care at all. He himself went down as well. With everyone suppressed to the third level of the martial saint realm, he would beat up anyone who dared to find trouble with him to the point where they would never be able to return. However, when a true immortal descends to a lower realm, his cultivation will not be suppressed by the heaven and earth boundaries. It would not be an exaggeration at all to say that if the Brocade Emperor coughed just a little louder, that entire world would directly vanish. If he headed to the Eight Extremities world beneath Broad Creed Mountain in the Royal Reed Sea, Yin Zhaoge would not be able to do anything about it. First, not speaking of the fact that the Brocade Emperor possessed an immortal artifact. Any method that would be effective against the Heaven Emperor barehanded would not be effective against him. Of course, this was the worst-case scenario. Meng Wan might not act against Broad Creed Mountain, and the same was true for the Brocade Emperor. In fact, whether Meng Wan was still alive was a question. Therefore, Yin Zhaoge was rather curious about what the Brocade Emperor was thinking now. Moreover, his father was currently leading his fellow disciples in pioneering new territory in the southern Blazing Heaven territory, coincidentally running into the Brocade Emperor who was heading to the south. Fortunately, Shi Jun and the others had already settled down at Jade Capital Crag, and the matters of Dragon Butterfly Valley and Wind Thunder Manor had already been settled. Next, Wang Pu and Xiu Jiahai would naturally help with the preparations. Yin Zhaoge did not mind leaving Kunlun Mountain now. After taking his leave of Wang Pu and Xiu Jiahai, Yin Zhaoge headed south, heading straight for the southern Blazing Heaven territory. Along the way, he received an endless stream of news. With Jade Capital Crag as his backing, Yin Zhaoge was most satisfied with the fact that he could largely borrow the information channels of Northern High Peak's Jade Capital Crag. While it was definitely impossible for him to grasp all of them, Wang Pu still gave him some preferential treatment in this regard. Therefore, ever since the opening ceremony, Yin Zhaoge had suddenly felt that his eyes and ears had become sharper in the world beyond worlds, as he was no longer shrouded in mystery. The latest news was that the Brocade Emperor had first arrived at the headquarters of Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope. That place was already deserted. After staying there for a short while, the Brocade Emperor immediately left in search of those of Wudong Slope who had moved away. Is it because of Zhuang Shan's earlier actions for revenge, or is it something else? Yin Zhaoge pondered. When he had left the central June Heaven territory and entered the southern Blazing Heaven territory, the latest news arrived. The Brocade Emperor had said that he would not be looking for trouble with Mao Yuansheng and the others. He had only come to the south to look for a single person, just needing to inform him of their whereabouts. The first name that popped up in Yin Zhaoga's mind was Lu Xianing, Mengwan's mother. I wonder what the outcome will be. Yin Zhaoga traversed the region of Thousand Lakes. This was the northern gate of the southern Blazing Heaven territory, which was connected to the central June Heaven territory. When Yin Zhaoga had rampaged through the south that year, Peng He, Qing Shuzi, and the others had thought that he would head north from here and leave the south. Passing through the region of Thousand Lakes and heading south was the endless mountain range that Yin Zhaoga had previously visited. As Yin Zhaoga journeyed south, more news arrived as well. Phoenix crying Southern Territory Mao Yuansheng had finally appeared and left after a brief encounter with the Brocade Emperor. The Brocade Emperor had indeed not made things difficult for him. After Mao Yuansheng had left, the Brocade Emperor did not linger as he instead went to the flood plains in the southeast of the southern Blazing Heaven territory. Finally, he stopped above a great lake in the north of the plains. Star Reflecting Lake was a famous scenic spot of the floodplains that was renowned throughout the entire southern Blazing Heaven territory, as it was rather famous in the world beyond worlds. After arriving at Star Reflecting Lake, the Brocade Emperor stopped and did not leave. His power completely sealed off the surrounding heavens and earth around Star Reflecting Lake. When others arrived there, they were unable to get close as they could only watch from afar, awaiting the arrival of stronger experts. Wang Pu had sent news that the matter had already drawn the attention of Southern High Peaks Qilin Cliff. The Earth Exalt Wang Zhengsheng had also dispatched disciples to the south to investigate the situation. Yin Zhaoga headed south, arriving at the floodplains. Gazing far away, one could see a black hemisphere in the horizon that was incomparably massive as it was inverted above the great Earth. As one got closer, one would discover that it was not pure black. Instead, it was half white and half black as they intermingled, resembling Taiji. This hemisphere was located at Star Reflecting Lake. Currently, the entire lake was enveloped by this black and white hemisphere. As Yin Zhaoga approached the black and white hemisphere, he discovered that there were people gathered in twos and threes in the surroundings, similarly observing the situation. Yin Zhaoga was rather familiar with two of them. One was his second apprentice uncle Fang Jun of Broad Creed Mountain, and the other was the personal disciple of the Brocade Emperor of Ingenious Flying Peaks Red Lotus Cliff, He Shixing. Fang Jun had previously battled alongside Yin Di in the southern Blazing Heaven territory. He Shixing had specifically come to the south to look for the Brocade Emperor after having been reminded by Yin Zhaoga not long ago. In the end, not long after he had arrived, the Brocade Emperor had returned to the world beyond worlds, even coming to the southern Blazing Heaven territory. Still, He Shixing felt helpless at the fact that he had yet to see his master, even now. Chapter 1067. Embracing Taiji, He Shixing, a late immortal bridge martial saint. He was a proud disciple of the Brocade Emperor Fu Yunxi, a peak descendant of Red Lotus Cliff. In the world beyond worlds, he had always been renowned alongside Nie Jingshin, Qing Shuzi, and the others. While his reputation was not as resounding as Nie Jingshin's, he was still a peak expert of the world beyond world's younger generation. Standing at the peak of the 9th level of the martial saint realm, only a step away from becoming a human immortal, he was one of the people who had the highest chance of becoming an exalt. When talking to Yin Zhaoga about their fellow disciples, Fu Ting was full of praise for He Shixing. Yin Zhaoga had met him once when he had first come to Ingenious Flying Peak. Afterwards, due to Yin Zhaoga's reminder, He Shixing had come to the south in an attempt to investigate the whereabouts of the Brocade Emperor. Now that the person had been found, He Shixing was not happy at all. "Master, what is your purpose in coming here?" After greeting Yin Zhaoga, He Shixing gazed once more at the black and white hemisphere in the distance, a perplexed expression on his face. Glancing at him, Yin Zhaoga hesitated for a moment. In the end, he still did not tell Wang Pu and the others about their guesses. Through sound transmission, he revealed some information to Fang Jun. Hearing his words, a strange light instantly flickered in Fang Jun's eyes. Although his heart was in turmoil, his expression didn't change, and he was as calm as usual. After a while, He excused himself to He Shishing and left as if nothing had happened. He had to contact the others of Broad Creed Mountain as soon as possible, making preparations early on. Yin Zhaoge remained where he was, gazing at that black and white hemisphere alongside He Shishing. There was no point in being anxious now, as they could only wait patiently. Not long after, more people arrived from the north. Gazing back, Yin Zhaoge and He Shishing saw that the newcomer was garbed in ochre clothes, his expression heavy. Li Juanxin. After seeing that person's appearance, a name leapt into Yin Zhaoge's mind. He was the disciple of Wang Zhengsheng, the Earth Sovereign's grand disciple, the Earth Spirit, Lord Li Juanxin. He was also a late immortal bridge martial saint, being on par with He Shishing and Qing Shuzi. The grandeur of the event was even slightly greater than He Shishing and Qing Shuzi, and it was only slightly inferior to Nie Jingshan. The Heaven Primordial Emperor had said that apart from his disciple Qing Shuzi, there were 3 other people who were extremely likely to become exalts within a short period of time. He was referring to Nie Jingshan, Li Juanxin, and He Shishing. The Earth Exalt Wang Zhengsheng's seniority in the world beyond worlds was extremely high. Li Juanxin's seniority was extraordinarily high as well. However, Li Juanxin was not arrogant at the moment. He only looked solemnly at the huge black and white hemisphere that enveloped the star-reflecting lake. Seeing Yin Zhaoge, his gaze wavered slightly before he took the initiative to step forward. "Long time no see, fellow Taoist." Li Juanxin greeted, "Fellow Taoist, and this is the first time we met." Yin Zhaoge and He Shishing returned the greeting. "Greetings, fellow Taoist Li." As the 3 of them stood together, the surrounding people who had rushed over to check on the situation shifted their attention away from the black and white hemisphere. Instead, they paid attention to the 3 of them. One was a personal disciple of the Brocade Emperor, the other a grand disciple of the Earthly Sovereign. There was also a junior apprentice nephew of the Sword Sovereign. Even if one did not look at his background, it was clear that he had caused great waves in recent years, as he was the most famous figure of the world beyond world's younger generation. Standing together, while Yin Zhaoge's cultivation base was the lowest, he attracted the most attention. During Broad Creed Mountain's opening ceremony, Yin Di had slain the southern exalt Zhuang Shun, shocking the entire world. Still before this, Yin Zhaoge had also held the upper hand in his battle against Zhuang Shun. An immortal bridge martial saint had beaten a human exalt to the point where it was hard for him to withstand. This had naturally drawn worldwide attention. This was even more so when Yin Zhaoge had mightily resisted the Heaven Emperor afterwards, let alone the fact that Li Juanxin and He Shishing had yet to attain the human exalt stage. Even if they had, they might not be able to do anything to Yin Zhaoge. Still, Yin Zhaoge felt somewhat wary. He vaguely felt that there seemed to be someone here who could truly threaten him. It was just that this feeling was extremely vague, as it seemed like a misconception. How long has the Brocade Emperor been like this? Li Juanxin now asked softly. He Shishing inhaled deeply. It has already been close to a full day. Yin Zhaoge and Li Juanxin both frowned, not speaking. Everyone was silent as they just gazed at that black and white hemisphere. After who knew how long, Yin Zhaoge's heart suddenly jolted. Then, that black and white hemisphere began collapsing, becoming flat as it finally transformed into a Taiji diagram. The Taiji diagram rotated, shrinking towards its center. As the black and white faded, the star-reflecting lake which had been enveloped earlier finally saw the light of day once more. Everyone's eyes lit up. The scenery of the lake was indeed intoxicating. Bright starlight was reflected on the surface of the lake, beautiful and majestic, profound as one would not be able to leave after seeing it. Could this be the place where the Brocade Emperor and Lu Xianting met that year? Yin Zhaoge wondered. It is indeed a good place to pick up girls. While the black and white Taiji diagram was shrinking, no one here dared to approach it as they still observed it from afar. There is only the Brocade Emperor Fu Yunqi's disciple, He Shishing, who strode forward, slowly walking towards the center of the Taiji diagram, which was also the center of Star Reflecting Lake. Looking at Li Juanxin beside him, Yin Zhaoga saw that Li Juanxin was also looking at him. The two retracted their gazes, walking towards the center of the lake as well. The scenery of star-reflecting lake was beautiful, vaguely exquisite and graceful. Still, the entire lake actually occupied a very large area. At the center of the lake were a few small islands. They were all very small, as they resembled the scattered stars of the universe. Following their senses, Yin Zhaoga, He Shixing, and Li Juanxin ascended one of the small islands. The island was lush and green, the scenery beautiful. Still, the trio was not in the mood for scenery at this moment. Their gazes traversed through the dense forest, falling on the side of a clear spring within the forest. There were two people seated facing each other there. Beside them was a grave. From the difference in the soil and the surrounding environment, it was an old grave that had been moved over from somewhere else. Under the control of martial experts who possessed the strength to move mountains and fill the seas, there is no need to excavate the coffin or corpse of the deceased at all when moving a grave. They could just dig up the entire area around the grave before moving it over to the new location and relocating it there. For example, Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope had already long since moved away from their original headquarters, the graves of their predecessors having been moved away by Mao Yuansheng and the others as well. A tombstone stood before the grave. Looking at the words inscribed on it, Yin Zhaoga raised his head slightly. So Lu Xianing has long since passed away. The Brocade Emperor had indeed been looking for Lu Xianing when he had asked the martial practitioners of Phoenix Ritual Mountain about the whereabouts of a certain person. From the looks of it now, Lu Xianing had long since passed away and been buried. The Phoenix Ritual Mountain martial practitioners who had been moved earlier had brought the graves of their predecessors along with them. Afterwards, they had been handed over to the Brocade Emperor by Mao Yuansheng. The Brocade Emperor had moved Lu Xianting's grave here at Star Reflecting Lake. Yin Zhaoga gazed at the two people seated facing each other before the grave. One of them was a handsome, middle-aged man who appeared to be in his 40s. She wore a snow-white robe with a red robe on the outside. Her long hair was not tied up, but let down behind her. This was none other than one of the world beyond worlds 5 emperors, the Brocade Emperor Fu Yunxi. Chapter 1068. Opposite the Brocade Emperor Fu Yunxi sat a woman. To others, it was very unfamiliar. While Yin Zhaoga was extremely familiar with it, it had already been more than 10 years since he had last seen it. She was still bright and fresh, and her facial features were almost flawless. She had a pair of deer-like eyes that were quick-witted yet delicate, causing one to be unable to help but feel tender towards her. Compared to when she was young, the accumulation of time did not fade away her spiritual aura. Instead, it was even more refined, as if she was the embodiment of heaven and earth. She was not as dazzling as Fu Ting, but she also had her own style, not losing out in the slightest. It was Meng Wan. In the past, the 8 Extremities World's sacred Sun Clan's Maiden of Extreme, Yin had suppressed all others many times, wielding the Extreme Yin Crown. Afterwards, it had been brought to the world beyond worlds by those of the Radiant Light sect. After the Grand Xian dynasty had broken through the Radiant Light sect, it had been pitifully defeated by Feng Yunsheng, with the Extreme Yin Crown finally falling into the hands of Feng Yunsheng and Broad Creed Mountain. Meanwhile, Meng Wan had been brought away by the son of the Southern Exalt Zhuang Shun, Zhuang Chaohui, who was passing by. Since then, his whereabouts were unknown. When Yin Zhaoga had rampaged through the south that year, other than the 9 Bends Yellow River Formation that had buried Peng He, Zhang Shuren, Yuan Xianxing, and many other Phoenix Ritual Mountain experts at Circumference Mountain, he had also captured some Phoenix Ritual Mountain martial practitioners to inquire about Meng Wan's whereabouts. Still, he had gained nothing. It seemed like only Zhuang Shun, Mao Yuansheng, Peng He, Zhuang Chaohui, and the other core Phoenix Ritual Mountain martial practitioners knew about this. Seeing Meng Wan again now, Yin Zhaoga observed her and saw that her complexion was not bad. While she could not be said to have been living well these past few years, she definitely had not been wronged. Looking at her, Yin Zhaoga sighed. Thinking of Feng Yunsheng, whom he had not seen for many years, He could not help but shake his head and smile bitterly. Mengwan sat there quietly, her mind at peace. Still, her attention was clearly placed on the brocade emperor before her at this moment, as she could not be distracted by anything else. This was because this handsome, middle-aged man in front of her, although his gaze was fixated on the grave beside him most of the time, when his gaze occasionally landed on her, it made her feel slightly uneasy. It was a very strange gaze. If it was just pure killing intent, hostility, malice, Mengwan wouldn't have felt uneasy. Yet, the brocade emperor's gaze seemed to be flickering unceasingly. The flickering was so frequent that it could be mistaken as unchanging. Actually, however, the brocade emperor's eyes were fluctuating between warmth and indifference. In the blink of an eye, countless exchanges occurred. It was not just Mengwan who was like this. The brocade emperor Fu Yunqi's gaze was flickering unceasingly at all times. It was just that there were no changes in the expression on the brocade emperor's face at all, as his aura was stable as ever, looking just like before. Li Juanxin did not notice anything abnormal for the time being. However, Yin Zhaoge, who already had his suspicions, and He Shixing, who was familiar with his master, vaguely noticed something amiss. This disciple greets master. While He Shixing was puzzled, he still first went forward to greet the brocade emperor. Li Juanxin caught up as well, greeting the brocade emperor. Greetings, brocade emperor. Yin Zhaoge did the same as Li Juanxin. Still, even as he paid attention to the brocade emperor, he was also observing his surroundings. The sense of crisis in his heart just now was even more intense now. Suddenly, his gaze was like lightning as he turned his head and looked into the distance. Yin Zhaoge's gaze traversed space, landing on the peak of a mountain peak by the shores of star-reflecting lake. At the same time, Yin Zhaoge felt a gaze land on him from there, their gazes meeting. The space between the mountain peak by the lake and the small island at the center of the lake distorted at this moment, thunder and lightning appearing out of nowhere. The originally calm surface of star-reflecting lake suddenly rose and fell. A rather surprised voice seemed to resound by Yin Zhaoge's ear. Now, he could clearly see the other party's appearance. On the peak of the mountain that was filled with craggy rocks and dense forests, there was a rather conspicuous, well-made wooden armchair that was filled with a strong aura of culture. A purple-clothed youth with a rather pale complexion reclined on the wooden armchair. He had a lazy look on his face as he seemed to be in no mood to do anything. Still, this youth was no longer so listless as he looked at Yin Zhaoge through the corner of his eye. Seeing his appearance, Yin Zhaoge naturally recognized him as the current head of the world beyond world's 10 exalts, the number 1 martial saint, the upper exalt Chen Xianhua. Chen Xianhua was currently appraising Yin Zhaoge. He had arrived earlier than He Shixing, Fang Zhuan, and the others, as he was the first to arrive. Having always been used to doing things his own way, Chen Xianhua only cared about watching the show, not intending to interact with anyone else. While he did not reveal his tracks, he did not intentionally conceal himself as well. Even so, however, besides the brocade emperor, no one else discovered his existence. Chen Xianhua did not care at all as he waited in utter boredom for the show to begin. When the black and white hemispheres vanished, star-reflecting lakes saw the light of day once more, and the brocade emperor revealed his true form. Chen Xianhua paid more attention to the small island at the center of the lake. However, he suddenly discovered that someone other than the brocade emperor had detected his existence, even locating him with a single glance. He immediately gazed over. After appraising him and recognizing that it was Yin Zhaoge, a hint of a smile involuntarily appeared at the corners of Chen Xianhua's mouth. Seeing this, Yin Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. A low, clear voice now resounded by his ear. "You are indeed not simple to be able to detect Chen Xianhua's location." Retracting his gaze, Yin Zhaoge turned and saw that the brocade emperor was currently looking at him as well. Meeting the brocade emperor's gaze, Yin Zhaoge's heart jolted slightly as he was even more certain that while this true immortal before him seemed normal, as he had expected, he was in an extremely unstable state. At this moment, he is probably locked in a battle with the heavens at all times. Yin Zhaoge thought, passion and unfeeling have truly split and opposed each other. It is just that they have temporarily reached a delicate equilibrium, with neither being able to gain a clear upper hand. This state of the Brocade Emperor was the situation that Yin Zhaoge least wanted to see. Whether it was passion or unfeeling, there were general patterns and clues that could be followed which would allow one to determine what kind of method and attitude one should use to deal with them. Now, however, it was ever-changing and unpredictable. Far away on the mountaintop by the lake, Chun Xianhua had no intention of approaching as he just laughed happily. This trip has really not been in vain. He laughed so hard that he rocked back and forth. Right, this is it. This is what makes it interesting. While the Brocade Emperor was aware of Chun Xianhua's existence, his expression was calm at this moment as he just looked mildly at Yin Zhaoge. I wanted to meet you long ago, yet kept delaying it. Only today can we be considered to have truly met. Yin Zhaoge said, You overpraise me, Brocade Emperor. Little daughter. The Brocade Emperor smiled, looking at Mengwan. Not this little daughter, but my eldest daughter, Red Lotus. Red Lotus was Fu Ting's nickname, which had always only been used by her parents, as the other seniors of her lineage could not call her that. The Brocade Emperor said, It was thanks to your help that Red Lotus met with trouble that day. Yin Zhaoge cupped his hands. Sadly, some regrets were still left behind. This Yin feels greatly regretful. Chapter 1069. Yin Zhaoge's words were vague, as he was naturally referring to Fu Ting's knowledge of the name of the immeasurable heavenly Lord, which had ultimately still not been properly resolved even now. Hearing his words, the Brocade Emperor nodded before saying very naturally, Having mistakenly entered the territory of the immortal court and heard of the name of the immeasurable heavenly Lord, there was nothing we could do about it. Yin Zhaoge's pupils abruptly dilated, his head going numb as all the hairs on his body virtually stood on end. The Brocade Emperor had not been communicating with him via sound transmission earlier. Instead, he said it out loud in front of everyone. There were even some whose voices weren't loud, but they spread far and wide, spreading to the surrounding world. The Brocade Emperor did not need to expend any effort to make his voice resound throughout half of the southern blazing heaven territory. Right beside them, He Shixing and Li Juanxin were able to hear what the Brocade Emperor was saying immediately. As the proud descendants of the Brocade Emperor and the Earth exalt, the two of them knew many secrets. He even vaguely knew that the immortal court was an existence that opposed Buddhism. However, the name of the immeasurable heavenly Lord was an absolute taboo even for them who were late immortal bridge martial saints. It was impossible that the Brocade Emperor was unaware of this. Therefore, even though He Shixing had heard of the immortal court in the past, it was only limited to this concept. He had no idea what it was, let alone know about the immeasurable heavenly Lord. But now he stood there in astonishment. The name of the immeasurable Empyrean flashed through his mind. While he was curious, a strange feeling rose in his heart. This feeling came out of nowhere and seemed to be there, but it made He Shixing feel as if there was something extra in the bottom of his heart. But when he tried to smell it, it felt like there was nothing at all. It was just his imagination. However, He Shixing suddenly had a bad premonition. Meanwhile, Li Juanxin was also paying close attention to the Brocade Emperor's movements. As he heard the name of the immeasurable heavenly Lord now, he felt the same as He Shixing. As the Brocade Emperor's voice spread, those who were paying attention to this matter by the borders of star-reflecting lake naturally heard what the Brocade Emperor had said. Everyone was confused. Immortal court, immeasurable heavenly Lord. What's that? While they were perplexed, they also felt that there seemed to be a special existence in their hearts, faintly discernible. Chun Xianhua, who was at the top of the mountain beside the lake, blinked and stood up from his armchair. He clapped his hands and said, Well done. Beside the Brocade Emperor, Mengwan was also rather dazed now. Still, like everyone else apart from Yin Zhaoge and Chun Xianhua, she did not realize what exactly all that had just happened signified. That's why I say that I hate lunatics. Yin Zhaoge placed his left hand on his forehead, raising his right hand upwards. The myriad dragon palace appeared, its doors opening. A black iron wheel was spinning inside. There were 12 holes on the wheel, and 9 of them were shining. It was the dim radiant wheel. The rotation of the black iron wheel suddenly stopped, and the light in the holes on the wheel dimmed down. Only one of them was emitting a bright light. Radiance shot up into the sky, scattering in all directions as it formed a barrier of light which expanded rapidly, surpassing the speed at which the Brocade Emperor's voice was transmitted. Finally, the light barrier transformed into a hemisphere which enveloped the vast area surrounding star-reflecting lake, isolating the Brocade Emperor's voice within. The seemingly ordinary and formless sound waves appeared at this moment. Like a tidal wave, they constantly battered against the light shield and then bounced back. Fortunately, the Brocade Emperor had no intention of breaking through the light shield, as he did not mind that his voice had been obstructed. He completely ignored Yin Zhaoge's actions, seemingly completely unaware of what the consequences of his earlier actions would be. This true immortal's tone was still mild as he continued. Little friend Yin, your sect, Broad Creed Mountain, will be attempting to occupy the southern blazing heaven territory next, right? If that is so, I have something to ask of you. Looking at the grave beside him, he sighed. I got to know Xianting here that year, falling in love with her. Still, I let her down in the end. Now that she is dead, I can only follow her wishes and bury her here. I hope that you will not disturb her when Broad Creed Mountain occupies the southern blazing heaven territory. If you can take care of her, I will first thank you here. With that, he even half-bowed towards Yin Zhaoge. Even though Yin Zhaoge had the backing of the exalted gold luminary and the sword sovereign, it was still shocking for the Brocade Emperor to do this as a true immortal. He Shixing and Li Juanxin both looked shocked at the Brocade Emperor, let alone those by the lake in the distance. The corners of Yin Zhaoge's mouth twitched as he did not feel honored at all. He had a strange expression on his face as he looked first at He Shixing and then at Meng Wan. He Shixing could currently be said to be the disciple that the Brocade Emperor was most proud of. Meng Wan was also the Brocade Emperor's daughter. Yet, this emperor had not held back in mentioning the immeasurable heavenly lord in front of them, and acted as if nothing had happened afterwards. It must be known that it was not that the latent problems brought about by the immeasurable heavenly lord had disappeared after He Shixing and Meng Wan had attained the human exalt stage. Those who were already human exalts would not be affected by the name of the immeasurable heavenly lord. Still, the problem still existed for those who had first heard the name of the immeasurable heavenly lord before becoming human exalts. As long as they do not come looking for trouble, our sect has no intention of exterminating Wudong Slope. Yin Zhaoge used the dim radiant wheel to isolate the heavens and the earth from the outside as he casually spoke to the Brocade Emperor. Moreover, the dead are already gone. We will not make things difficult for your lover. The Brocade Emperor and Meng. Yin Zhaoge paused for a moment, looking at the Brocade Emperor and Meng Wan. The Brocade Emperor smiled. Fu Meng Wan. This is the name that Xianing gave to Wan Er. Yin Zhaoge nodded. If the Brocade Emperor and Miss Fu do not mind, our sect will order people to take care of Star-Reflecting Lake, not letting anyone disturb the resting place of the dead. Since that is so, I thank young Master Yin first. Meng Wan rose, bowing towards Yin Zhaoge as well. Her current expression was tranquil, as it was more of a calm and composed attitude as she calmly watched the storm. Meng Wan was definitely not calm at all regarding the greatest change in her life. It was just that she could only go with the flow now. The Brocade Emperor now continued. I am eternally grateful for little friend Yan's hospitality. I will have to trouble your sect in the future. I would rather like to visit the place where one grew up. One rather misses the master who raised her that year. I should properly thank her for this. Everyone, please disperse. With that, he nodded towards Meng Wan, holding her hand as he strode forward, purple chi surging all around him as they vanished from the spot. The upper exalt Shun Xianhua stared at Yin Zhaoge for a long time, a look of hesitation appearing on his face as he seemed troubled over whether he should stay behind and interact with Yin Zhaoge or continue following the Brocade Emperor. Finally, he glanced regretfully at Yin Zhaoge before turning and leaving as well. The light barrier of the dim radiant wheel did not obstruct the departure of the Brocade Emperor and Chen Xianhua. Instead, it continued to be maintained, keeping those who had also intended to leave after seeing the Brocade Emperor vanish. He Shixing looked strangely at Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples. Do not be in a hurry to leave, fellow Taoist he. There are some things that you need to know first. Chapter 1070. He Shixing and Li Juanxin, who knew the truth, had extremely interesting expressions on their faces. Li Juanxin's first reaction was to look at He Shixing. After He Shixing recovered from his initial shock, apart from embarrassment, he could only smile bitterly. Yin Zhaoge and the three of them exchanged glances, all feeling deeply helpless. The name of the immeasurable heavenly Lord was a taboo existence to the entire world beyond worlds. Everyone in the know was tight-lipped and would not take the initiative to leak it. Even when the Heaven Emperor and Zhuang Shun had been at loggerheads with Broad Creed Mountain and Golden Court Mountain back then, they had never had such thoughts. On one hand, it was because they were all from the orthodox Taoism and were unwilling to let the immortal court and the immeasurable heavenly Lord take advantage of them. On the one hand, it was because this method was mutual. If you can do this to my people, I can also do the same to your people. Therefore, besides the upper exalt Chen Xianhua, whose thoughts were hard to fathom, the other peak experts of the world beyond worlds who were in the know all stood by this common understanding and bottom line. Perhaps it was because he didn't take it to heart, or perhaps it was due to some other reason. The upper exalt Chen Xianhua had never leaked any information regarding the immeasurable heavenly Lord and the immortal court. Who would have thought that it would be the Brocade Emperor, Fu Yunxi, who was the first to cross the line today? Li Juanxin's expression was solemn, and he did not say a word. Yin Zhaoge could generally understand his feelings. As the saying went, getting shot while passing by was precisely this. I still have to inform the Earth Exalt about what happened today as soon as possible, Yin Zhaoge sighed. Li Juanxin nodded silently. After a while, he said, I will return to the Qilin Cliff to report to my master and inform His Majesty, the concealed sovereign. I will have to trouble the two of you to look after this place for the time being. After calming himself down, he turned around and headed north. Yin Zhaoge forced a smile as he looked at He Shixing. Can I ask fellow Taoist he to help me look after this place? The place that the Brocade Emperor will be heading to next is precisely the lower world where my Broad Creed Mountain originates, the Eight Extremities world. My Broad Creed Mountain is currently in charge of that place. Still, in order to avoid neglecting the Brocade Emperor, this Yin should still personally make a trip there. He said, I will invite the Southeastern Exalt over to oversee this matter first. When Kunlun Mountain receives the news, we will see what arrangements we can make in the future. He Shixing cupped his hands towards Yin Zhaoge. Just go ahead, Taoist Yin. This he will not shirk his responsibility. At this moment, he had completely calmed down. Although he was also a victim, and his future was uncertain, he was as calm and capable as before. As a direct descendant of the Grand Clear Direct lineage, he possessed outstanding strength, as well as being an expert of the 9th level of the Martial Saint realm. As he currently sat over Star Reflecting Lake, the people here were naturally immediately recruited and controlled, not allowing them to leak out. Although the people who were left behind were slightly dissatisfied with his appearance, they all endured it. This matter involved a great emperor, and it was a taboo for a group of people to spy on the situation. It was only natural that he had been left behind by those of the Brocade Emperor's lineage to await his punishment. After taking his leave of He Shixing, Yin Zhaoge quickly headed east, heading straight for the southeastern Yang Heaven territory. The wound of the sky that connected the world beyond worlds to the Eight Extremities world was located in the southeastern Yang Heaven territory's Royal Reed Seas Spirit Inheritance region, at the back mountain of the current Broad Creed Mountain. If ordinary people wanted to head to the Eight Extremities world from the world beyond worlds, if they did not have an accurate spatial marker, they would only be able to pass through the wound of the sky at the back mountain of Broad Creed Mountain. However, to a true immortal emperor, normal rules might not be applicable. Still, who knew how the Brocade Emperor would go to the Eight Extremities world? Therefore, Yin Zhaoge could only first return to Broad Creed Mountain in the Royal Reed Sea as soon as possible. Moreover, the upper exalt Chun Qianhua seemed to want to join on the fun. Having never truly met him face to face, Yin Zhaoge's understanding of Chun Qianhua was limited to some rumors. Meeting him for the first time today, his words had caused Yin Zhaoge to instinctively feel that this person was probably not easy to deal with. This matter was already hard to predict in the first place. Now, many more variables have arisen. Yin Zhaoge curled his lips, lightly rubbing his temples. After a long and arduous journey, Yin Zhaoge passed Circumference Mountain and returned to the Royal Reed Sea. Upon returning to Broad Creed Mountain and seeing that nothing seemed out of the ordinary, Yin Zhaoge's heart was at least half at ease. Descending to the top of Heaven Rising Peak, he saw Yuan Zhengfeng and Feng Zhuan emerging from the Great Hall. Looking at Feng Zhuan, Yin Zhaoge inwardly sighed in relief. Due to his reminder, Feng Zhuan had first left Star-Reflecting Lake and returned to Broad Creed Mountain. Wanting to obstruct the Brocade Emperor's footsteps was naturally not too realistic. Other than informing his fellow disciples of Broad Creed Mountain and the Royal Reed Sea, Feng Zhuan had more importantly informed those of Broad Creed Mountain in the Eight Extremities world. This was lest someone unknowingly offend the Brocade Emperor. After all, with Meng Wan having traveled with the Brocade Emperor, many Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners recognized this maiden of extreme of the Sacred Sun clan that year. In the end, Feng Zhuan had managed to avoid a tribulation as he had not been as unlucky as his Shixing, Li Juanxin, and the others. Zhaoge, having personally come back, does this mean that the Brocade Emperor is really coming? Yuan Zhengfeng asked. Yin Zhaoge clicked his tongue. The Brocade Emperor is ahead of me. He looked at Yuan Zhengfeng and Feng Zhuan. From the looks of it, he did not come. Even if he did not alarm our clan. While the Brocade Emperor possesses a high cultivation base, we would naturally not be able to discover him if he really wanted to conceal his tracks. Feng Zhuan shook his head. Still, with his status and identity, he would not be able to hide himself before our clan. Yin Zhaoge nodded. That is indeed so. He paused for a moment before asking, then what about the upper exalt? While they had not interacted much, from Chun Qianhua's earlier actions, Yin Zhaoge felt that it was likely that he would casually enter Broad Creed Mountain and head to the Eight Extremities world. The upper exalt has been drawn in as well. Yuan Zhengfeng and Feng Zhuan both shook their heads. At least we have not seen him. Yin Zhaoge pondered as he strode towards Water Ridge Peak. The wound of the sky that led to the Eight Extremities world was precisely beneath Water Ridge Peak. I remember that Meng Wan's master in the Sacred Sun clan, Chun Minjing, joined Turbid Wave Pavilion that year. Yin Zhaoge confirmed this with Yuan Zhengfeng and Feng Zhuan as he walked. Is she still there now? Feng Zhuan nodded. She is. When the Sacred Sun clan had been destroyed by Yin Zhaoge that year, its martial practitioners had either died or dispersed. Some had secluded themselves in the countryside, while others had joined other sacred grounds and sects of the Eight Extremities world. Elder Chun Minjing could be considered a renowned expert of the Sacred Sun clan senior generation, as well as Meng Wan's master. Therefore, Broad Creed Mountain had paid attention to her whereabouts. In the underwater palace of the clear scenic region that day, Feng Yunsheng and Meng Wan had engaged in a fated battle to decide the ownership of the extreme Yin crown. At that time, Feng Yunsheng had told Meng Wan that her master, Chun Minjing, was still alive. In this world, there were only two people whom Meng Wan could truly befriend. One was Feng Yunsheng, and the other was Chun Minjing. It was only in front of them that Meng Wan was her truest self. Now that she had a chance to return to the Eight Extremities world, Meng Wan naturally wanted to see her master, whom she had always been concerned about. Yin Zhaoge arrived beneath Water Ridge Peak, opening the sealed wound of the sky and stepping within. Chapter 1071. As Yin Zhaoge stepped into the wound of the sky, space and time before him changed as the heavens and earth changed. Returning to the Eight Extremities world, he was suddenly obstructed. Yin Zhaoge had left all the other high-grade sacred artifacts aside from the extreme Yang seal in the world beyond worlds. However, the dim radiant wool was not tolerated in this lower world either. If it was a perfect immortal artifact, it would naturally be able to adjust its own power. The dim radiant wheel, which had previously only had a single hole shining with light, its power weak, would also be able to descend into the lower worlds. Now, however, the dim radiant wheel with its 9 slots that flickered with light was being rejected by the boundaries of the heavens and the earth. Seeing this, Yin Zhaoge could not help but roll his eyes as he could only leave the dim radiant wheel in the world beyond worlds. This wound of the sky was located in the 8 extremities world, precisely in the sky above the world illuminating peak of the Sacred Sun clan. Descending into the 8 extremities world once more, Yin Zhaoge felt the spiritual qi flow here. Everything was the same as before, being extremely familiar with it. With his current level of cultivation, even if he was suppressed by the power of the boundaries of heaven and earth, he could still faintly sense the flow and fluctuations of the spiritual energy in the entire world. As compared to back then, the spiritual qi of the current 8 extremities world was even more abundant, more suitable for martial practitioners to cultivate in. This was all due to Broad Creed Mountain. After having stabilized their footing in the world beyond worlds, Broad Creed Mountain had also begun collecting some treasures, sending them down to the 8 extremities world. With the heaven domain of this world as their center, they unceasingly influenced and modified the spiritual qi of the earth veins here, gradually causing subtle changes to occur here. It was not obvious now, but as time passed, the effect would become better and better. While there was a limit to this sort of improvement, and it was impossible for it to be the same as in the world beyond worlds, it was indisputably a blessing to the people of the 8 extremities world. From what Yin Zhaoge knew, the original few martial saints of the 8 extremities world had all improved over the years, as many outstanding new experts had also appeared. While Yin Zhaoge was probably younger than many of them, in front of him, those people could truly be considered rising stars of the younger generation. Currently, there were already people waiting in the ruins of the Sacred Sun clan. One was a late merging avatar martial saint, while the other was a transcending mortality martial grandmaster. The former was the current first seat elder of Broad Creed Mountain's disciplinary hall, Su Fei. He was already standing at the peak of the merging avatar martial saint realm, and was only a step away from breaking through the void and seeing the true God. In terms of age, he was comparable to the Phoenix Prince, Zhuang Chaowei. Considering Xue Fei's starting point and the fact that he had only recently come to the world beyond worlds to cultivate in a more superior environment, he still had much potential that could be unearthed. Unlike Yin Zhaoge, who had garnered the attention of the entire world, his fame had already spread far and wide in the world beyond worlds. Su Fei was precisely the person who had specifically descended to the 8 extremities world to make arrangements after having received Feng Zhuin's notice earlier. The other person was the current chief of Broad Creed Mountain of the 8 extremities world, Feng Qi. In the past, when Yindi had been in the 8 extremities world, he and Feng Qi had been close friends since their youth, entering Broad Creed Mountain together to learn martial arts. Although there was a huge gap between their cultivations, Feng Qi had always been indifferent, so he did not feel that it was unfair. Feng Qi had also been amongst the candidates that Yuan Zhengfeng and the others had sent to the world beyond worlds back then. Still, he had later considered that the 8 extremities world side still needed a capable person to manage it at the end of the day. Due to the might of Broad Creed Mountain in the world beyond worlds, no one of the 8 extremities world dared to offend the heaven domain. Therefore, there was no need for military force to intimidate them, but they needed reliable and capable people to oversee things. In the end, Feng Qi had remained behind, even taking over Broad Creed Mountain's position in the 8 extremities world. His son, Feng Moyang, had already headed to the world beyond worlds. Like Su Fei, Si Kongqing, and Ing Long too, he was one of the cornerstones of Broad Creed Mountain's establishment in the world beyond worlds. Senior apprentice Uncle Feng, senior apprentice brother Su, Yin Zhaoge greeted the two. Feng Qi and Su Fei both nodded. Has the Brocade Emperor already descended? Yin Zhaoge said, he should be ahead of me. I'm going to Turbid Wave Pavilion now. For the current Yin Zhaoge, the size of the Eight Extremities world was already too small. In the past, it had been a long and arduous journey. Now, in the blink of an eye, he had already traversed it, the ends of the world becoming mere inches away. Yin Zhaoge had once been to Turbid Wave Pavilion. Now that he was here, the scenery before him was still the same. Still, many things had long since changed. Turbid Wave Pavilion's pavilion, Lord and Qinglin had successfully advanced in recent years, attaining the second level of the Martial Saint realm. She had passed the position of Pavilion Lord to a disciple of her lineage, while she herself cultivated in peace. Following the complete destruction of the Radiant Light sect and Broad Creed Mountain's stable footing in the world beyond worlds, the Eight Extremities world had already completely become Broad Creed Mountain's world. While the other major powers of the past had still been able to maintain their independence, their relationship with Broad Creed Mountain was changing unceasingly. Broad Creed Mountain's position had become increasingly transcendent, while the other major powers had gradually begun to submit to Broad Creed Mountain. The competition between them was more of a competition for their position under Broad Creed Mountain's rule. Comparatively speaking, Turbid Wave Pavilion could be considered to have an advantage. Having already been notified by Feng Qi, Turbid Wave Pavilion's previous Pavilion Lord in Qinglin and the current Pavilion Lord led many Turbid Wave Pavilion elders out to welcome him. Seeing Yin Zhaoge before them, and Qinglin and the others all bowed respectfully. The emotions within their hearts had already been smoothed over many years ago, as their attitudes had long since changed. Seeing Yin Zhaoge now, there was only reverence within their hearts. You are polite, everyone. Yin Zhaoge did not bother with pleasantries as he directly asked, my sect's senior apprentice Uncle Feng must have already contacted your lineage. I wonder where fellow Taoist Chun is currently? And Qinglin answered, junior apprentice niece Chun is within the pavilion. Still, no one is looking for her. Yin Zhaoge shook his head. That person's cultivation base is too high, as he is an existence who has pushed open the door to immortality. Descending upon the Eight Extremities world, he is not suppressed by the power of dimensions. No one should be able to detect his arrival and departure. Yin Zhaoge, whose cultivation base had been suppressed to the third level of the Martial Saint realm, was now hard-pressed to sense whether the Brocade Emperor had arrived or not. Still, he believed that the Brocade Emperor Fu Yunqi had definitely already arrived. Therefore, Yin Zhaoge directly said, please lead this Yin to fellow Taoist Chen's residence. And Qinglin said no more as she immediately led the way. As they arrived outside a small courtyard, before they had even entered, they could already hear the sounds of people conversing within. Those of Turbid Wave Pavilion could not help but exchange looks. Yin Zhaoge's expression was as per usual as he raised a hand to indicate for them to halt before walking forward. The door to the small courtyard was ajar. Looking through it, a few people could vaguely be seen seated beneath a massive ginkgo tree in front of a house within the courtyard. While one of them seemed calm and composed, he would always be the first to be noticed by others. Long snow-white garments with a red robe on the outside, he was extraordinarily handsome and ethereal. There was no one else besides the Brocade Emperor Fu Yunqi. Opposite him sat a middle-aged woman. Yin Zhaoge recognized her as Meng Wan's master in the Sacred Sun clan that year, Chen Minjing. Meng Wan sat quietly below the two of them. Now, the Brocade Emperor's deep, clear voice resounded. Do you have any thoughts about the Sacred Sun clan that you hail from? Chapter 1072. Hearing the Brocade Emperor's voice, Yin Zhaoge curled his lips. His earlier worries were indeed not without reason. If the Brocade Emperor really stood up for the Sacred Sun clan and took revenge on Broad Creed Mountain, Broad Creed Mountain would immediately face a great tribulation no inferior to the one the Heaven Emperor had faced during their opening ceremony in the world beyond worlds. It should be said that it would be a great tribulation even more dangerous than that. The Heaven Emperor did not have an immortal artifact, but the Brocade Emperor did. Even if the Brocade Emperor did not use a weapon due to his status, the situation would still be more dangerous. Yin Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain had been painstakingly preparing for many years in the Royal Reed Sea to face the Heaven Emperor during their opening ceremony. Even if the female emperor, Nie Jingxin and Bai Tao, had not arrived, Yin Zhaoge would still have the later Earth text to rely on. And if the Brocade Emperor immediately rose in revolt now, the later Earth text would have no effect on him. Still, Meng Wan was not in a hurry to answer the Brocade Emperor's question. She turned to look at Chen Minjing. Compared to her biological father who suddenly appeared in front of her, compared to her biological mother who she had no memories of and was already in eternal sleep when she knew of her existence, for Meng Wan, her benefactor, Chen Minjing, who had raised and taught her since she was a child, was more like a close relative. Meanwhile, Chen Minjing had always viewed Meng Wan as her own. There was probably no one in this world who understood Meng Wan better than her. Therefore, just from Meng Wan's gaze, Chen Minjing knew that she already had a plan. It was just that she was also concerned about Chen Minjing's thoughts. Having resided in Turbid Wave Pavilion for so many years, Chen Minjing's sense of belonging to it had grown stronger and stronger. She had never been a diehard person in the first place. Otherwise, she would not have joined Turbid Wave Pavilion that year. After so many years, the shadow of the Sacred Sun clan had grown fainter and fainter in her heart. Thinking of that year, she felt more despondent than resentful. Looking at Meng Wan, Chen Minjing asked softly, "Wan, you are not willing to make things difficult for that child, Muge?" "Master, while this disciple lost the extreme Yin crown to senior apprentice Sister Feng that year, I felt that I had done my best and had a clear conscience." Meng Wan's tone was calm. That battle ended everything. It was also thanks to senior apprentice Sister Feng that this disciple knew that Master was still alive, also knowing that you were at Turbid Wave Pavilion. Only now can we meet again. This disciple does not wish to compete with Broad Creed Mountain any longer. Chen Minjing slowly nodded her head. "Since your father has asked, it is up to you to decide for yourself. No matter what you think, I have no objections." Meng Wan said, "Disciple thanks Master for your pity." She swiveled her head to look at the Brocade Emperor. The Sacred Sun clan is already a thing of the past to this daughter. Still, it was ultimately still an important lineage. I really cannot bear for it to disappear just like this. I hope that Father can lend a helping hand and arrange for the Sacred Sun clan to reopen in the world beyond worlds, continuing their lineage. Only mentioning the world beyond worlds and not the Eight Extremities world meant that it had already severed his previous enmity with Broad Creed Mountain. In the world beyond worlds, there is a senior apprentice brother, Tang Yonghao, of the Sacred Sun clan that year. I heard you mention him earlier, Father, that he has entered the lineage of the Southeastern Exalt. Meng Wan said, "When I spoke with senior apprentice brother Tang that year, he also had the intention of re-establishing the Sacred Sun clan's lineage. If I can obtain Father's support, there should be no need to worry about it." The newly born Sacred Sun clan in the world beyond worlds would also have a close relationship with Golden Court Mountain. It would be even more impossible for them to come into conflict with Broad Creed Mountain. The Brocade Emperor nodded with a gentle expression on his face. "Of course." Meng Wan looked at Chen Minjing. "Is Master willing to head to the world beyond worlds?" "I won't be going." Chen Minjing smiled, shaking her head. "Your master is currently a member of Turbid Wave Pavilion." Meng Wan lightly grasped Chen Minjing's hand. The Brocade Emperor smiled. "I remember you mentioning before, that besides your first master, there was also a senior apprentice sister whom you were close to in your childhood. From your conversation just now, why does it seem like she is a disciple of Broad Creed Mountain?" Meng Wan realized, "I did not tell Father in detail before. Senior apprentice Sister Feng was indeed a fellow disciple of our Sacred Sun clan in the past. Still, because she was bullied by others in the clan afterwards, she betrayed them and eventually joined Broad Creed Mountain." The Brocade Emperor thought for a moment. "Is it that female disciple of Broad Creed Mountain who wields the extreme Yin crown, called Feng Yinsheng?" Meng Wan nodded precisely. Senior apprentice Sister Feng's original name was Feng Muge. After betraying the Sacred Sun clan, she changed her name to Feng Yinsheng. She swiveled her head and glanced at Chun Minjing. Besides Master, I also miss Senior Apprentice Sister Feng very much. I wonder how she is now. You will have to ask those of Broad Creed Mountain then. The Brocade Emperor smiled, gazing towards the outside of the courtyard. Meng Wan and Chun Minjing were taken aback slightly as they swiveled their heads and followed the Brocade Emperor's gaze, only then seeing Yin Zhaoge. As compared to the Brocade Emperor, the two of them were probably more familiar with Yin Zhaoge's appearance. Seeing Yin Zhaoge, the two of them were slightly startled, but they quickly regained their calm. Before the fallen deity, Turbid Wave Pavilion's Chun Minjing greets you. Chun Minjing stood up, bowing quietly towards Yin Zhaoge. Through the martial practitioners of Broad Creed Mountain of the Eight Extremities world, Yin Zhaoge's various feats in the world beyond worlds had long since been spread throughout the Eight Extremities world. The name of the fallen deity resounded throughout the entire world. Meng Wan also stood up, bowing towards Yin Zhaoge, Senior Apprentice Brother Yin. Yin Zhaoge met the Brocade Emperor's gaze. His expression, as per usual, "The Eight Extremities world is honored by your presence, Brocade Emperor." He nodded towards Meng Wan and Chun Minjing, returning their greeting. "You are too courteous." Meng Wan said, "Senior Apprentice Brother Tang has an extremely good impression of Senior Apprentice Brother Yin, and has always held him in high esteem. When the Sacred Sun clan is rebuilt in the world beyond worlds in the future, I hope that Senior Apprentice Brother Yin will be able to let bygones be bygones." Yin Zhaoge said mildly, "I have always been able to clearly differentiate between enemies and friends. Senior Apprentice Brother Yin, I wonder how Senior Apprentice Sister Feng is now?" Meng Wan hesitated slightly for a moment before asking candidly, "I wonder if I can meet her?" Yin Zhaoge shook his head. "There is no such thing as whether or not. As long as she is willing, you can naturally meet. I will not interfere. Also, Yinsheng will naturally not avoid you. She has always been thinking about you after you were taken away by Zhuang Chaohui. Southern Zhuang died at my Broad Creed Mountain. When my father and fellow disciples of Broad Creed Mountain invaded the southern blazing heaven territory to the west, I once asked my father to keep an eye on you and asked for you from Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope to bring you back. He then brought Yinsheng back to the mountain so that the two of you could reunite. It is just that some things afterwards were somewhat unexpected." Hearing his words, Meng Wan noticed the main point in Yin Zhaoge's words. Senior Apprentice Sister Feng is currently not at Broad Creed Mountain. Not only are you temporarily unable to meet her, even I am unable to meet her for the time being. Yin Zhaoge smiled bitterly. She is yet to return from her adventuring, with no news of her having been lost for several years already. The last message she left behind was that she had headed to extra-dimensional space, and the door that was opened would only reopen after a gap of more than 10 years. Yin Zhaoge said candidly, "There are still some years left, let alone her returning on her own. Even I would be hard-pressed to find her." A despondent look surfaced within Meng Wan's eyes, but she still nodded quietly, "So that's how it is. There is no helping it then." A hint of a smile appeared on her face. This indeed seems like Senior Apprentice Sister Feng's style. Indeed, Yin Zhaoge spread his hand apart. The Brocade Emperor suddenly asked from the side, "Where is this door that you speak of, little friend Yin?" Chapter 1073. Hearing the Brocade Emperor's question, Yin Zhaoge was rather taken aback, not having thought that this emperor would continue asking about it. Was he interested in the Extreme crown, or did he have some other plans? Many thoughts instantly flashed through Yin Zhaoge's mind. There was no helping it. Facing a true immortal who might do something shocking at any time, Yin Zhaoge had to think more about it. He pondered inwardly while not revealing anything on his face. In the extreme northern lands of the northern profound heaven territory. Extreme northern lands. The Brocade Emperor nodded, pondering for a moment. The dimensional space there's more unstable than elsewhere, as a dimensional passageway would occasionally open, leading to extra-dimensional space. Still, some of these dimensional passageways might establish a connection with the 9 underworlds. While the Brocade Emperor's tone was mild, It was no different from a sudden clap of thunder. Even Meng Wan and Chun Minjing knew what the words nine underworld entailed. Yin Zhaoga's pupils dilated slightly. Even the Northern Exalt does not know of this. He knows. Still, he is unable to ascertain which dimensional passageways might establish a connection with the nine underworlds. The Brocade Emperor answered mildly. Of course, he also does not know if there is a problem with the dimensional passageway your fellow disciple entered. While a connection might arise, the world beyond worlds has its own defenses that the nine underworlds cannot infiltrate. While Northern Guan does have the responsibility of guarding the northern profound heaven territory, it is merely a precaution. Hearing his words, Yin Zhaoga and Meng Wan's hearts suddenly rose. Still, the Brocade Emperor then looked at Meng Wan, saying warmly, "Don't worry. Father will take you to the north and try searching for it." Joy appeared on Meng Wan's face. "Father can find Sister Foam? If we know where the door opened when she left, Father can make it open ahead of time. Then, we can enter the domain passageway together and try to find it." The Brocade Emperor said, "Still, extra-dimensional space is vast and boundless at the end of the day. She has been there for many years. She will need some luck to find it." Meng Wan heaved a long sigh of relief. There's finally some hope. It's already very good. Yin Zhaoga lowered his gaze by the side, not making a sound. Looking at that gentle, benevolent Brocade Emperor who was deeply in love with his children, he actually vaguely felt a trace of coldness. Just from the Brocade Emperor's actions at the star-reflecting lake of the southern blazing heaven territory in the world beyond worlds, it was clear that this emperor was definitely not a good father. He moved the burial place to remember his deceased lover, and he doted on his long-lost daughter to the extent that he would grant her every request. Yin Zhaoga was incomparably certain that if Meng Wan had said that she would rebuild the Sacred Sun clan and seek vengeance against Broad Creed Mountain earlier, the Brocade Emperor would not have hesitated in the slightest to wage war against Broad Creed Mountain. Yet, all of this formed a contradiction with his actions at Star Reflecting Lake. I'm afraid that the outcome of the confrontation between him, who has feelings, and him, who is unfeeling, is gradually beginning to be decided. Yin Zhaoga's expression was as per usual as he raised his eyes to look at the Brocade Emperor once more, thinking, this outcome, however, is that the unfeeling side is gradually beginning to gain the upper hand. While there were two opposing ideologies, the Brocade Emperor was clear about his own situation. There were not many ways to resolve this problem. One path was the path of obtaining feelings and forgetting them. Yet because of Fu Ting and Meng Wan, this path seemed to have already been blocked off, with little hope as it was unknown where it led. The other path was to simply turn from feeling into unfeeling. From the looks of it, this path was much simpler. Eradicating both Fu Ting and Meng Wan would be the way out. Not only would this solve his current problem, the Brocade Emperor's attainments in his cultivation base might even improve further. While he would most likely not be able to break through to a higher cultivation level, it would be sufficient for him to push toward the peak of the true immortal stage. The unfeeling side of the Brocade Emperor only cared about whether it was reasonable or not, only calculating the gains and losses. As compared to the first path where he had no clue as to how he should proceed, the second path was simply far, far superior. There was no need for him to hesitate at all as to how he should choose. However, the emotional side of him naturally rejected the second option. It was just that Yin Zhaoga now guessed that the unfeeling side of the Brocade Emperor's split soul was probably gradually beginning to take over the dominant position now. The warmth and kindness before him seemed more like the futile struggles of his feeling side. Buried beneath that warmth and benevolence was an icy, cold, killing intent. This killing intent was not just targeted at Meng Wan before him. It was also targeted at Fu Ting, who was still far away at Ingenious Flying Peaks, Red Lotus Cliff. The Brocade Emperor was doing his best to make up for his two daughters. Yet, the more beautiful things were before him, the closer the cliff behind him was. This is really... Yin Zhaoga's eyes narrowed into slits, his gaze flickering slightly. Whether it was feeling or unfeeling, it was best for the Brocade Emperor to decide on one as soon as possible. His current conflicted state was the worst, because he was the most unstable and unpredictable who knew what he might do. The eruption of the name of the immeasurable heavenly Lord on star-reflecting lake was just the beginning. To a certain extent, even the Brocade Emperor himself probably could not tell what he might do next. If he really went crazy, even he would be afraid of it. Therefore, whether he was feeling or unfeeling, once he had decided on one, even if it was still hard to guess what he was thinking, there would at least be some sort of pattern to follow, as they would be able to communicate normally, be able to plan and defend against it. It would not be like how things were now, where he seemed very ordinary and not special at all, yet might suddenly cause trouble at any time. As for whether he was feeling or unfeeling, Yin Zhaoge hoped that it would be unfeeling from the perspective of a purely bystander. Absolute rationality, unfeeling, seemingly icy cold and terrifying. Yet, from Yin Zhaoge's perspective, it was easier to predict the actions and thoughts of such a person. Of course, if such a person was an enemy, he would virtually never make a subjective error, as it would be very hard to influence his thoughts. Still, if there really was such a person who only calculated gains and losses, as he did not act emotionally, it would actually be very hard for him to form enmity with others, unless someone blocked his path. After all, being unfeeling did not mean that he had no desires. At this point, Yin Zhaoge's heart suddenly jolted slightly, as he seemed to vaguely think of something. Having comprehended supreme martial arts of the grand clear lineage over the years, his comprehension had grown deeper and deeper. Grand simplicity was like Taiji, one beginning and one ending, as they were profound and extraordinary. He could vaguely see some traces of the Brocade Emperor's future path. If the Brocade Emperor did not walk the unfeeling path, and instead walked the feeling path, his future path might be blocked. Yin Zhaoge currently had no suitable way to resolve this problem. If he were to eliminate Fu Ting and Meng Wan, causing the Brocade Emperor to completely walk the unfeeling path, his cultivation base might even improve further. Still, it would only make up for his previous flaws, as the repercussions would still exist. It was likely that he would be stuck at the peak of the true immortal realm, unable to advance any further. If he wanted to advance, he would need a special fortuitous encounter. This would depend on the complete foundation of the grand cosmos, 5 manifestations. Here came the problem. If it was just the Tai fist, it would still be fine. Yet, if he needed the grand simplicity splendor cloud, things would be very serious. The grand simplicity splendor cloud was currently one with Yin Di, as they were bound together for good or ill. It would not be a problem for him to temporarily borrow it or provide it for himself. Still, if the other party wanted to completely refine the grand simplicity splendor cloud, it would mean that he would have to separate it from Yin Di. This could only be done after Yin Di's death. As compared to the possible conflict between Meng Wan and the Sacred Sun clan, this could be the true conflict. Chapter 1074. Yin Zhaoge frowned inwardly, sighing to himself. Whether or not the Brocade Emperor would come into conflict with him after walking the unfeeling path, just watching as Fu Ting and Meng Wan perished just like this, he felt rather heavy-hearted. Meng Wan was Feng Yunqing's best friend. Fu Ting was also one of Yin Zhaoge's rather good friends after having come to the world beyond worlds. If the Brocade Emperor walked the unfeeling path, the two of them would definitely die for sure. Another issue that Yin Zhaoge was concerned about was how the other 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of the world beyond worlds viewed the current Brocade Emperor. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he naturally wouldn't take such extreme measures. More likely, it was to help the Brocade Emperor return to normal or even advance a step further. If the Brocade Emperor could break through his current cultivation level, he would not have to fear the Sword Sovereign's revenge that might cause the world beyond worlds to split apart. Unless it was absolutely necessary, the earthly sovereign and the concealed sovereign would not agree to it. However, Yin Zhaoge, who had never been afraid of guessing at others with the greatest evil intentions, had no choice but to consider a problem. Because of him and his mother, Xue Chuqing, the sword sovereign and the earthly sovereign were destined to be at odds. Under such circumstances, would the earthly sovereign be more willing to see a new sovereign replace the sword sovereign? With the revival of the Tao sect, top-notch mighty figures were extremely precious. However, if they were truly like fire and water, then they would have to see who was stronger in the end. The key was how big the difference between the earthly emperor and the sword emperor was, and what was the opinion of the concealed emperor, who had always tacitly supported the earthly emperor. The earthly sovereign and the sword sovereign were still in extra-dimensional space, having yet to return. The concealed sovereign who presided over the world beyond worlds would directly decide how things would go. Many thoughts flashed through Yin Zhaoge's mind as he calculated unceasingly. While there were many things to consider, Yin Zhaoge's expression did not change. Right, the upper exalt seemed to have left with the Brocade Emperor's group earlier. I wonder if he has descended into this eight extremities world as well. Chen Qianhua was the #1 martial saint and the strongest supreme. It was very likely that he could rival a perfected immortal emperor. However, as long as he had not truly pushed open the immortal door and removed the word human from the immortal in human immortal, there were many rules that he had to abide by. Descending to the lower worlds, he who was a human immortal would also be suppressed to the 3rd level of the martial saint realm. Back in the world beyond worlds, he had been a 10th level martial saint, while Yin Zhaoge had been a 7th level martial saint. Therefore, even Yin Zhaoge had been hard-pressed to detect their presence. Now, however, everyone was at the 3rd level of the martial saint realm. If Chen Qianhua was in the vicinity of Turbid Wave Pavilion, Yin Zhaoge had sufficient confidence in finding him with a single glance. Currently, he was nowhere to be seen in the vicinity of Turbid Wave Pavilion. With the distance being too great, Yin Zhaoge couldn't be sure if he had come to the 8 extremities world. With his current spiritual sense, it would not be a problem for him to cover the entire world. It would also not be a problem for him to find other martial saints. However, it would be difficult to find Chen Qianhua if he was too far away. Chen Qianhua followed us, but he didn't follow us all the way. For the Brocade Emperor to find someone at the 3rd level of the martial saint realm in the 8 extremities world, it was naturally as simple as breathing. He's in that direction. Following the Brocade Emperor's gaze, Yin Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. Earth domain. He pondered for a moment before looking at the Brocade Emperor. To tell you the truth, Yun Sheng is this Yan's wife. She has been out adventuring for many years and has yet to return. I miss her dearly as well, hoping that we can reunite soon. Now that the Brocade Emperor is helping you in your search, I wonder if I can accompany you? Chun Minjing was rather taken aback, while Meng Wan lowered her head, smiling. Senior apprentice Sister Feng has found a good partner. The Brocade Emperor smiled nonchalantly. I am well aware of how it feels to be separated from one's lover. Since little friend Yin has such intentions, there is naturally no harm in accompanying you. If you can find that little friend Feng, it would be a wonderful thing for the two of you to reunite. I thank the Brocade Emperor for fulfilling my wish. Yin Zhaoge said, the upper exalt has come to the 8 extremities world. As the host, our sect would be lacking in etiquette if we do not receive him. Please wait a moment, Brocade Emperor. This Yin will go meet the upper exalt and return very soon. If possible, I hope that the Brocade Emperor can come to my Broadcreed Mountain as a guest as well. The Brocade Emperor shook his head. It's fine. You go meet Xin Qianhua on your own. I will accompany Wan here for a while longer. Wan and her master have not seen each other for many years. They should reunite more often. Yin Zhaoge cupped his hands. Forgive me for taking my leave. He looked at Meng Wan. She smiled, her gaze intelligent as ever as no abnormalities could be seen in it. Yin Zhaoge smiled in return, not speaking as he left the residence. Seeing in Qing Lin and the others who were waiting outside, Yin Zhaoge said, this Yin will be back very soon. Do not disturb them. Let them talk amongst themselves. Those of Turbid Wave Pavilion all nodded, still feeling some lingering fear. If not for Yin Zhaoge's reminder, they would not even have known that the Brocade Emperor had already long since brought Meng Wan in. Senior apprentice sister Xie, senior apprentice brother Su has also come to the 8 extremities world. While today's matter is important, After it is over, you can meet up. Yin Zhaoga smiled at a female elder of Turbid Wave Pavilion who had ordinary features yet exuded a heroic air. That female elder was none other than Xie Yuchan, who had already long since attained the martial Grandmaster realm. While she was rather far from Su Fei, she could still be considered extremely young for her age, as she still had potential that could be unearthed. She had rejected Broad Creed Mountain's proposal to assist her in heading to the world beyond worlds, insisting on relying on her own cultivation as she sought to ascend to the world beyond worlds one day. Still, Xie Yuchan had always been on good terms with those of Broad Creed Mountain, as she was an old acquaintance of Yin Zhaoga's. Hearing Yin Zhaoga's words, she smiled, saying, "Public matters before private matters. This is how it should be." Yin Zhaoga nodded, leaving Turbid Wave Pavilion alone as he headed towards the domain of the Northwest. Outside Turbid Wave Pavilion, a tall man stood amid space, resembling a mountain. It was precisely Su Fei. While his lover Xie Yuchan was currently at Turbid Wave Pavilion, he waited quietly here, not intending to enter Turbid Wave Pavilion. Seeing him, Yin Zhaoga immediately said, "Senior Apprentice Brother Su, send a message back to the world beyond worlds to contact my father immediately." Hearing Yin Zhaoga's guesses regarding the Brocade Emperor's cultivation and the Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud, Su Fei instantly knit his brows. "I will do so immediately." Ingenious Flying Peak, Red Lotus Cliff. Send a message as well. Yin Zhaoga pondered momentarily before saying, "Don't speak too clearly. Just give them some pointers." At the end of the day, Fu Ting and Meng Wan's safety was still just Yin Zhaoga's own guess. They were father and daughter at the end of the day. Still, those of Ingenious Flying Peak were all of the Grand Clear Direct lineage, as they had some understanding of the Brocade Emperor's cultivation. Combining the current clues, they would have some guesses as well. Su Fei nodded, not wasting time on words, as he turned and hurried towards the wound of the sky where the sacred Sun Clan of the Fire Domain was located. Yin Zhaoga exhaled slowly, heading towards the domain of the earth. While his understanding of Chen Qianhua's temperament was limited, Yin Zhaoga instinctively felt rather wary of him. He had clearly come to the Eight Extremities world to join in on the fun with the Brocade Emperor, yet had abandoned the Brocade Emperor midway to come to the domain of the earth. Yin Zhaoga was even more concerned about this. The domain of the earth held extraordinary significance to the Eight Extremities world. Yin Zhaoga entered the domain of the earth, descending towards the deep valley down below. Halfway through his descent, he saw a purple-clothed youth slowly rising into the air. Chapter 1075. While he could be considered handsome, he had a listless look on his face, causing his temperament to be completely lacking. His purple clothes made the youth's skin appear even paler. Still, as long as he appeared there, it would be sufficient to make most people's hearts tremble. It was the upper exalt, Chen Qianhua. He raised his head and saw Yin Zhaoga. Chen Qianhua's listless eyes instantly lit up slightly. He looked at Yin Zhaoga from the corner of his eyes and appraised him. He immediately said, "This inconspicuous lower realm seems inconspicuous, but it is truly interesting. No wonder such an interesting person like you could appear here." "Oh." Yin Zhaoga's gaze flickered as he noticed Chen Qianhua's puzzling words. Upper Exalt's words really perplexed this Yin. Chen Qianhua smiled. "Don't feign ignorance," Yin Zhaoga said mildly. "The 9 underworlds' corrosion can be encountered in any world. If we really want to talk about the uniqueness of this 8 Extremities world, it should be that the exalted solar luminary and the exalted lunar luminary have both left their footprints here." Chen Qianhua extended a finger and shook it lightly. "The ones who left their footprints aren't just the 2 of them." Yin Zhaoga shrugged. "That's right. Now, there's also you and the Brocade Emperor. From how I see it, the one who deserves the most attention isn't the exalted solar luminary, the exalted lunar luminary, or anyone else. It's," Chen Qianhua said. He stopped shaking his finger and pointed at Yin Zhaoga. "It's you." Yin Zhaoga smiled nonchalantly. "I'll take it as a compliment and accept it." "Thank you." Chen Qianhua laughed at Yin Zhaoga's shamelessness. "You're indeed interesting. Do you use interesting and boring as a standard to differentiate different people? Yin Zhaoga asked. Chen Qianhua said lazily, what else? Smart and stupid? Childish and mature? Benevolent and cruel? There are countless examples like this, but so what? Smart people might do stupid things, and loving people are sometimes the cruelest. To me, the difference between people is that only a few can surprise me, while most will never be able to do so. Surprises are interesting, the rest is boring. Chen Qianhua yawned. That's all. Yin Zhaoga was surprised. Then, has anyone ever told you that your way of doing things is also very senseless? Huh. Chen Qianhua laughed upon hearing this, asking instead, what do you think the Brocade Emperor should do next? There's no need to play dumb about this, right? Everyone can see that he has gone berserk. Chen Qianhua said lazily. In other words, he's crazy. Perhaps the Brocade Emperor did indeed suffer from cultivation deviation. Still, when I interacted with him, he did not lose his mind. Yin Zhaoga's tone was neither mild nor salty. The Brocade Emperor has his own plans. What should be done is for him to decide for himself. At the very least, of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, the concealed sovereign and the female emperor, as well as the heaven emperor, are all in the world beyond worlds. Chen Qianhua chuckled. Indeed, it's not a case of insanity. It's more like a soul-dissociating syndrome, isn't it? As he laughed, he stretched out his hands and spread them out. He first raised his left hand. One is sentimental, or should I say sentimental. Then he raised his right hand. The other is unfeeling, or should I say unfeeling. Chen Qianhua brought his hands together before his chest. They're currently fighting with one another. Yin Zhaoga's expression did not change as he felt slightly solemn inside. He had a deep understanding of the supreme martial arts of the Grand Clear Direct lineage. Therefore, he was able to basically deduce the Brocade Emperor's current state. Just from looking at what had happened at Star Reflecting Lake, Chen Qianhua had already been able to deduce many things. Or perhaps it was not just a deduction. Instead, he had some special information channel. If the Brocade Emperor were to decide for himself, it would most likely be how he could return to normal, how he could continue cultivating. Looking at Yin Zhaoga, Chen Qianhua smiled. As for the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, they probably think the same way. As for whether he ultimately walks the unfeeling path or the sentimental path, that is not important. What is important is that the Brocade Emperor no longer suffers from a mental illness like the soul detachment syndrome. Because the Brocade Emperor who suffers from the soul detachment syndrome does things that are unexpected and hard for them to predict. Those people all like to have everything within their control. What they hate the most is when things exceed their predictions and become uncontrollable. Chen Qianhua looked at Yin Zhaoga through the corner of his eye. In this aspect, you are the same type of person as them. Yin Zhaoga shot him a deep glance. Could it be that you are more than happy to see the Brocade Emperor remain in his current state? That's right. Chen Qianhua clapped his hands, chuckling. There are always unexpected surprises. That is what makes it interesting. Yin Zhaoga asked non-committally, since that is so, why did you come here instead of following the Brocade Emperor? Chen Qianhua pointed at Yin Zhaoga. It was not easy for Fu Jinxiu to become less boring. I certainly don't want him to vanish too quickly. Therefore, I found something for you to do first. Don't be in such a hurry to cause trouble. Yin Zhaoga said calmly. You also know how to make plans. According to you, if your plans and objectives are achieved, wouldn't it instead be boring, with no surprises at all? About that, I am not making plans. I am not planning anything, nor do I have any plans at all. Chen Qianhua waved his hands. I am just adding a little something to your plans and seeing how they turn out. If it is within my predictions, it will look like your plans have become my plans, with me substituting them. It is indeed rather boring if I do this too much, but it can at least pass the time. If it is not within my predictions, it will naturally be a pleasant surprise. Whether it is good or bad, it will still be a pleasant surprise. Chen Qianhua smiled. Now, let me give you a little surprise. See if you can repay me with something interesting. Amidst their conversation, the deep valley of the Earth domain down below was already quaking and shaking. The tremors expanded towards the entire Earth domain. Streams of blood-red light transformed into terrifying runes that seemed about to rip the great Earth apart as they expanded into the surroundings. Where the roiling black fog passed, it actually began devouring the world outside the Earth domain. Such a scene was undoubtedly a nightmare, descending for the martial practitioners of Broad Creed Mountain of the Eight Extremities world. The terrifying 9 underworlds was about to descend upon the Eight Extremities world once more. In entering the deep valley of the Earth domain earlier, Chun Xianhua had shockingly destroyed the seal he had left down below. Not just that, the disturbance he had caused the great 9 underworld's door beneath the Earth domain to tear even greater. The momentum of the descent of the 9 underworlds this time surpassed all previous ones. The terrifying devilish qi not only suffused the Earth domain, even wanting to devour the surrounding world as well. At this moment, the Eight Extremities world was virtually about to be completely assimilated by the 9 underworlds. Yin Zhaoge, however, did not lower his head to look at the deep abyss down below. He suddenly strode forward, instantly arriving before Chun Qianhua. "Is this a pleasant surprise?" Amidst his words, a palm mightily descended. Chapter 1076. Yin Zhaoge obscured the heavens with a palm, overturning the heavens with a palm. He raised his palm upwards before striking downwards. This cyclic heavenly seal truly possessed the power to trample the heavens. Even with his cultivation base suppressed to the 3rd level of the martial saint realm, it still far surpassed when he had truly been a 3rd level martial saint that year. A lower world like the Eight Extremities world was already unable to bear the power of this palm of Yin Zhaoge's. As he executed the cyclic heavenly seal, the entire Eight Extremities world apart from the land of the 9 underworlds down below and the lake domain where the Brocade Emperor resided were virtually all about to be overturned. Yet, because the Earth domain and the lake domain were locked in place, terrifying scenes of distortion were formed elsewhere. "Oh, you've really given me a pleasant surprise." Chun Xianhua's eyes lit up. "I had thought that you would have held back in fear destroying this world." He no longer looked listless. Instead, he laughed heartily. "You really are an interesting person." Amidst his laughter, Chun Xianhua abruptly flipped his palm upwards, striking downwards. "Still, if it is just the cyclic heavenly seal, it cannot be considered a pleasant surprise." In the air above the Earth domain, Yin Zhaoge and Chun Xianhua's movements were virtually identical, just that one struck downwards while the other struck upwards. Cyclic heavenly seal versus cyclic heavenly seal. As their palms met, the terrifying scenes of distortion in the heavens and earth of the Eight Extremities world instead vanished. However, as their palms collided, the surrounding space instantly collapsed. "This is no longer the world beyond worlds," Yin Zhaoge said mildly. "I am not an early immortal bridge martial saint, and you are not a human exalt either." Amidst his words, his palm continued pressing downwards. In an instant, Chun Xianhua felt as though the surrounding heavens and earth had changed. Everything first became extremely massive before being unceasingly distanced from him. Because they were distanced, they began to shrink once more. However, the surrounding space was completely empty as he was the only one left. It was not that other things in the outside world had grown larger before distancing themselves. Instead, he himself seemed to have shrunk at this moment. He had been compressed to the point of being as insignificant as a speck of dust. The surrounding spiritual qi of the heavens and earth exploded at this moment, resembling tsunamis and landslides as it pressured down towards him from all directions. The terrifying momentum that enveloped the heavens and covered the earth caused him to feel like he was facing the great tide of a great sea, as he would be devoured and shattered no matter how he tried to evade it. While they both cultivated in the cyclic heavenly scripture, Chun Xianhua's Qianhua was even more proficient than him. Flipping Sky's seal against flipping Sky's seal, Chun Xianhua was utterly defeated. You've only been practicing the cyclic heavenly scripture for a few years, yet you have such a deep understanding of it. Chun Xianhua's eyes lit up. Brilliant. His other hand also went up and formed a fist seal. As soon as the fist seal was formed, an incomparably heavy power immediately manifested. It was like the earth that bore the weight of all things in the world, silent, solid, heavy, vigorous, and indestructible. Yin Zhaoge raised his brows. Earth overturning seal? The earth overturning seal was one of the four imperials of Taoism, the supreme technique of the Earth Empress direct lineage. It had been lost for many years following the Great Calamity. Under the same conditions, the Earth overturning seal naturally could not defeat the cyclic sky seal. However, that ultimate technique was a peerless ultimate technique that the Lady of Earth had created after studying the cyclic heavenly book and the cyclic heavenly seal. At this moment, Chun Qianhua's two seals combined as one. His brilliant fist intent was as large as the royal heavens and as heavy as the later earth, forcibly blocking Yin Zhaoge's cyclic heavenly seal. The myriad things before him regained their original state, no longer suppressed by Yin Zhaoge's fist intent. I had originally wanted to hold you back with the great nine underworld's door below, so that I could continue playing with the brocade emperor. Chun Qianhua smiled nonchalantly and said, "Now, it is you who is holding me back. It is fine. However, I wonder if you care about the great netherworld gate below?" While neither of them dared to be certain, whether it was him or Yin Zhaoge, they both had a premonition. If the brocade emperor was in his right state of mind, he would definitely not sit by and watch as the nine underworlds invaded the human world. But now that his thoughts were unpredictable, it was hard to say. It wasn't impossible for him to take Meng Wan and Chun Minjing with him. "You should worry about yourself first," Yin Zhaoge said. His palms, which were covering Chun Qianhua's hands, slammed down again. It was still the flipping sky seal, but it had reached another level. As Yin Zhaoge exerted more force with his palm, all existences within the surrounding space began to distort and overturn. Chun Qianhua felt as if his body had become tiny once again. An endless and terrifying pressure came from every direction at the same time. Beneath this palm of Yin Zhaoge's, all things in the world actually vanished. Time seemed to have flowed in reverse as the blue seas and mulberry fields flowed in reverse. Everything returned to its most primitive state. Creation no longer existed as the boundary between the heavens and the earth blurred. Clear chi sank while turbid chi rose. The heavens and earth that had been opened up had to be restored. Everything in the world returned to before the heavens and earth had been split apart. The later heaven world returned to earlier heaven. Amidst the dim darkness of space, nothing could be seen as only the primordial chis of yin and yang intermingled. The two chis of yin and yang gradually vanished as well, only chaos indistinctly visible. Everything seemed to have returned to the beginning of earlier heaven as it was formless and intangible, without light or darkness as it was silent and formless. The royal heavens and earth no longer existed. Returning to earlier heaven, even a true immortal might not be able to produce such a variation when executing the flipping sky seal. A strange light shot out of Chun Qianhua's eyes. You integrated the concepts of the Tai fist and the Taiji yin-yang palm of the grand clear direct lineage within the cyclic heavenly seal. His figure suddenly shook, seemingly turning transparent as it was formless and intangible. In Yin Zhaoge's senses, Chun Qianhua seemed to have completely vanished for a moment, no longer existing in this world. A supreme martial art of the grand clear direct lineage, the grand beginning bright emptiness form of the grand cosmos, 5 manifestations. It had long since been rumored in the world beyond worlds that the upper exalt Chun Qianhua was well-versed in countless supreme martial arts. Otherwise, he would not have been able to point out 8 sects in his youth. Many in the world beyond worlds knew that he cultivated in the cyclic heavenly scripture of the jade, clear, direct lineage. Still, besides the cyclic heavenly scripture, there was also the earth overturning seal of the Earth Empress direct lineage. Even more surprisingly, he was actually also proficient in supreme martial arts of the grand clear direct lineage. Still, while the grand beginning bright emptiness form possessed both offensive and defensive profundities. Chen Qianhua was still unable to withstand Yin Zhaoge's cyclic heavenly seal that was infused with the fist intent of the Tai fist and executed a reverting to earlier heaven transformation. The majestic concept caused Chen Qianhua's grand beginning concept to vanish into nothingness, even without a forceful attack. Beneath this palm, grand beginning returned to grand commencement, then returned to grand simplicity, returning to nothingness. Still, Chen Qianhua was not naive enough to think that he would be able to receive Yin Zhaoge's attack just by relying on the grand beginning bright emptiness form alone. His figure seemed illusory as he punched towards Yin Zhaoge's cyclic heavenly seal. While he was barehanded, as Chen Qianhua punched outwards, light condensed which actually manifested in the form of a scepter. Seeing that scepter, the first thought that popped into Yin Zhaoge's mind was that scepter of the founder of the grand clear lineage, the lord of the Tao and virtue, that had dominated the myriad heavens. The grand clear direct lineage was boundlessly profound in earlier heaven and later heaven. Besides the grand cosmos 5 manifestations, there were also the later heaven 5 ultimates. This scepter technique was precisely one of the later heaven 5 ultimates. At this moment, Chen Qianhua combined his earlier heaven and later heaven supreme martial arts, finally withstanding Yin Zhaoge's cyclic heavenly seal that caused the very heavens and earth to reverse. Huh? Yin Zhaoge laughed. Do whatever you want. If I change my move, consider my loss. He exerted more force with his palm, continuing to execute a cyclic heavenly seal. Chapter 1077. As Yin Zhaoge flipped his palm, similarly executing the cyclic heavenly seal, the concept manifesting yet another new phenomenon. The river of time seemed to appear in the void. The other end was the beginning of the pre-celestial realm, Tai formless, dim and dark, an expanse of primal chaos. The end was the end of post-celestial, the end of creation. All living things would enter destruction and return to nothingness. While Yin Zhaoge had yet to cultivate in the immortal exterminating sword of the numinous treasure 4 swords that represented the descent of doomsday and the collapse of the great Tao, having simultaneously cultivated in the immortal slaughtering, immortal trapping, and immortal ending swords, Yin Zhaoge had already created the concept of the end of creation. At this moment, Yin Zhaoge used the cyclic heavenly seal of the jade clear lineage as a link between the fist of the grand clear lineage that symbolized the beginning and the sword of the prime clear lineage that symbolized the end. The simultaneous cultivation of the 3 pure ones merged into one, finally presenting a cyclic heaven seal that surpassed the imagination of countless people in the world. The universe was reversed, and life and death were overturned. The most powerful, as well as the most fundamental principle of yin and yang appeared within this palm of Yin Zhaoge's. This was one of the most extreme changes of the flipping sky seal. Since ancient times, many powerhouses who had cultivated the cyclic heavenly scripture and ascended to the immortal realm were unable to display this transformation of the cyclic heavenly seal. It was a transformation beyond the return to innate realm. As Yin Zhaoge's palm descended, the world before Chen Qianhua's eyes changed completely. Everything in the world disappeared, and the boundary between innate and acquired was erased. It was as if it wanted to reverse the process of creation, which meant an incomparably terrifying power. It crushed all principles, transcended physical forms, and destroyed all existences in human cognition. It was an enormous power that was boundless and immeasurable. As Yin Zhaoge's palm descended, it directly shattered the scepter formed of Chen Qianhua's true essence. Although the grand beginning bright emptiness physique had both offensive and defensive capabilities, its defense was extremely powerful. However, with Chen Qianhua's current attainments, he was unable to withstand Yin Zhaoge's cyclic heavenly seal. His illusory body was forcefully squeezed out of the space between the illusory and the real by an immense force. Yin Zhaoge's palm came crashing down. As if he was slapping a bug, Chun Xianhua was sent flying towards the deep abyss below and smashed right into the deep abyss of the Earth domain. As Chun Xianhua was sent flying, Yin Zhaoge's thoughts moved slightly. A streak of golden light flew out from his body, transforming into a glorious sun in midair as it suppressed the entire eight extremities world, bathing it in sunlight. It was the extreme yang seal. As the extreme yang seal descended, the surging devilish chi of the Earth domain instantly fell silent. The change in the crack of the nine nether in the Earth domain was more unusual than ever before. Yet, under Yin Zhaoge's control, the extreme yang seal could be wielded freely now. Without the peak great devils of the nine underworlds making a move, how could the rampaging devilish chi alone withstand the extreme yang seal? Are you surprised? Are you happy? Yin Zhaoge looked down at the deep abyss below. Amidst the billowing black smoke, a figure was floating. Even though he wasn't affected by the devilish chi, he still looked rather pathetic. The arms that had forcibly received Yin Zhaoge's cyclic heavenly seal earlier were now mangled and distorted in a strange manner. His pale skin looked as if there was not a single trace of blood left in it. Just as Chun Xianhua opened his mouth to speak, blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, causing him to cough. Cough, cough, cough. You, don't tell me you're walking the path of cultivating the three pure ones? Cough, cough. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to comprehend the fist intent of creation and innate restoration at the martial saint realm. Chun Xianhua coughed out blood unceasingly, but had a joyous expression on his face. Really, really, cough, cough. I feel that you are much more interesting than the brocade emperor now. Amidst his words, the wounds on his mangled arms wriggled unceasingly as they rapidly healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. His face that had been pale as paper gradually regained some color. Powerful life force surged. Time that resembled water circulated. Intersecting space fluctuated. Vast myriad phenomena manifested. Balanced yin and yang circulated. Fluctuating mental fluctuations. The six concepts of yin and yang, time, space, life, matter, and spirit simultaneously manifested, collectively forming the foundation of the world. Beneath this profound force, the injuries inflicted by Yin Zhaoge rapidly healed as well. Yin Zhaoge glanced at Chun Xianhua, raising his brows lightly. Oh, you have gathered the later heaven's six scriptures of the Jade, clear lineage's primordial heavenly scriptures? The thoughts of the exalted solar luminary are truly hard to guess. He is also an interesting person. While Chun Xianhua's aura was still weak, he finally stopped coughing blood. A streak of green light flew out from his body, expanding amidst the wind as it instantly transformed into a long banner. A flourishing life force manifested from within, the concept of the five elements incarnations being infinite and boundless. This green banner descended towards the deep abyss of the Earth domain as well, obstructing the extreme yang seal in midair. The tyrannical extreme yang seal that resembled the descent of the true sun was actually swept along by that banner, temporarily unable to descend. Without the suppression of the extreme yang seal, the nine underworld's devilish chi within the deep abyss of the hell domain began rampaging once more. Looking at that green banner, Yin Zhaoge's gaze hardened slightly as he finally felt rather taken aback. Hey, this is the Grand Longevity banner? It's actually in your hands? The Grand Longevity banner was a weapon forged by the exalted wood luminary of the Kunlun 9 luminaries that year, being renowned alongside the extreme yang seal and the extreme yin crown. Yin Zhaoge cared about it, because his mother, Xue Chuqing, was the true orthodox descendant of the exalted wood luminary. If the information provided by Lu Jinggu, Chao Jie, and Wang Pu was not wrong, the Bright Connection Emperor Hu Yuexin was the sole disciple of the exalted wood luminary. You think that it should be in your mother's hands? Chun Xianhua shook his head. That should indeed be the case. Still, it first reached the disciple of the Bright Connection Emperor who was also your mother's master. Still, she died, and this grand longevity banner did not reach your mother's hands. I obtained it from someone else, not knowing what it can be used for. I just kept it for now." Chen Qianhua smiled. "It looks like my patience is paid off. It has been put to use today, even being in contact with you. It couldn't be any better." Looking at him, the corners of Yin Zhaoga's mouth slowly arched upwards. Right? It indeed couldn't be any better. Amidst his words, he ignored the devilish qi that was rampaging once more down below, as well as the grand longevity banner that was enveloping the extreme yang seal. Yin Zhaoga directly struck out with another palm towards Chen Qianhua. At the same time, a streak of light flickered in the distance, a massive silhouette suddenly appearing in the air above the Earth domain. A great rock soared amidst 10,000 kilometers, instantly arriving before him. The silhouette of the great rock dissipated, the figure of Yin Zhaoga's Northern Ocean clone appearing. The Northern Ocean clone wielded a dark green bamboo cane that was 7 feet long and 7 segments long, swinging it in a circular motion towards the grand longevity banner. Struck by the dark green bamboo cane, the green light on the surface of the grand longevity banner instantly flickered. Under normal circumstances, a bamboo cane would have to be 8 feet long and 8 segments long before it could strike divine artifacts like the grand longevity banner and the extreme yang seal. Still, Chen Qianhua was currently facing Yin Zhaoga, as his control over the grand longevity banner had weakened. Additionally, the grand longevity banner was currently clashing with the extreme yang seal that was not inferior to it in the slightest. Struck by the dark green bamboo cane now, it was immediately unable to withstand it. As the grand longevity banner relaxed, the extreme yang seal gained the upper hand, as not only did it suppress the grand longevity banner instead, it even continued suppressing the rampaging devilish qi of the 9 underworlds down below. "I'll just give you a word of praise. You have indeed brought me some pleasant surprises," Yin Zhaoga chuckled, his palm covering the heavens and the earth as he arrived above Chen Qianhua's head. Chapter 1078. Once again, Yin Zhaoga unleashed another cyclic heavenly seal, blasting Chen Qianhua towards the deep abyss below. This palm strike twisted and broke Chen Qianhua's arms once again. He was unable to withstand this palm of Yin Zhaoga's as his stance was directly broken. Yin Zhaoga's palm did not cease in its momentum as it struck down on his head. The foundation of the world was almost shattered. Although it protected Chen Qianhua from being killed by a single palm strike, his head was bleeding. Meanwhile, the grand longevity banner was suppressed by the extreme yang seal, yet it did not yield. As the green light flickered, the long banner fluttered in the wind. At this moment, it seemed to break through all obstacles, tenacious and unyielding, a sapling that sprouted from the soil and saw the sun. The sapling seemed to have forcefully broken through the chaos and wanted to grow with the brand new world. The world changed, and the divine tree grew old. It grew from a small sapling to a tree that covered the sky. The divine abilities of the grand longevity banner manifested as it sought to push aside the extreme yang seal that was suppressing it. However, wielding the dark green bamboo cane, Yin Zhaoga's Northern Ocean clone immediately struck downwards once more. The grand longevity banner flickered with green light before it was instantly suppressed by the extreme yang seal once more. However, right at this moment, a fourth figure suddenly appeared in the sky above the Earth domain. The newcomer's eyes flickered with specks of light that formed profound runes. His temperament was exactly the same as Chen Qianhua's. It was a clone that Chen Qianhua had refined. This clone of his was not looking at his real body at this moment, as he was instead gazing at Yin Zhaoga's Northern Ocean clone and the dark green bamboo cane in the latter's hands. Treasure fall coin? Tree of 7 wonders? The god striking whip? The eyes of Chen Qianhua's doppelganger flickered slightly. It doesn't look like any of them, but it seems like you've studied them all. I really don't know where you got so many secrets from. Wait, if it's before the great calamity, there seems to be a place that could do it. That place should have been destroyed as well. The clone shook his head, an excited look appearing on his face. When I first heard the rumors, I didn't pay much attention to it. Who would have thought that even the Tai Sui banner couldn't withstand it? If it were any other high-rank saint artifact, it would be even more unbearable. With a wave of his hand, a ray of light flew into the air. It was a piece of gold. What was different about this coin was that it had a pair of wings on each side. Seeing the appearance of that copper coin, the pupils of the Northern Ocean clone dilated slightly. Treasure, falling coin? When he took a closer look, he was able to distinguish that it wasn't the real treasure fall coin, but a replica. There were inscriptions on the coin, and it turned into a stream of light that disappeared in a flash. It seemed like it could only be used once, and its effects couldn't compare to the real treasure fall coin. But even so, it was like a legendary supreme treasure, a treasure that fell from the heavens. While the dark green bamboo cane was grasped by the Northern Ocean clone, illuminated by the treasured light of that winged coin, the Northern Ocean clone instantly felt his hand sink. Chen Qianhua smiled instead and said, "As expected, this is actually a treasure and not a weapon. It's a treasure that specializes in countering all weapons in the world. However, a treasure naturally has to be countered by the treasure fall coin." His doppelganger rushed forward with both hands. Golden light flashed, and what he displayed was actually a Buddhist divine art. Yin Zhaoge's first thought was that Chen Qianhua was related to the blessed lands of Buddhism of the future Buddha. But upon closer inspection, this clone of his did not seem to contain any Buddhist light. The cultivation base at the martial saint realm had all originated from his own bitter cultivation. In pre-Great Calamity times, due to the future Buddha, Buddhist disciples had all sincerely worshipped Buddha, worshipping him with the power of faith. The various Buddhist martial arts manuals all changed in this direction because of this. The Buddhist martial arts of the Gautama Buddha of Mystical Mountain that year were already rare in this world. Even the martial repository of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace in pre-Great Calamity times only had a small collection of them. Yet this Buddhist clone of Chen Qianhua clearly walked the path of seeing one's heart and understanding one's nature, verifying one's Tathagata self. He punched over, bearing the stance of Vajra, subduing devils, as it was ferocious beyond compare. Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone did not evade as his fist intent manifested in the form of a kunpeng, a great fish leaving the sea with immeasurable power as it clashed head-on with Chen Qianhua's Buddhist clone. Wild thunder exploded amidst space as the surging black chi in the surroundings was cleared away. The Northern Ocean clone's body shook slightly as Chen Qianhua's Buddhist clone stumbled 2 steps backwards. Still, a dark red mark vaguely surfaced on the fist of Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone. In terms of strength, the Northern Ocean clone was superior. In terms of the sturdiness of his body, Chen Qianhua's Buddhist clone was slightly superior. Similar to the Northern Ocean clone, the strength of this clone of Chen Qianhua's already surpassed countless martial experts of the same cultivation level, as it was sufficient for his name to spread far and wide, rampaging throughout the world. Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone laughed coldly, his martial true intent condensing and manifesting as numerous silhouettes that soared above his head. Apart from the original kunpeng, the image of a true dragon was added. And this was just the beginning. After the kunpeng and the true dragon, there was the bifong, the golden crow, the cyclone turtle, the tautai. Numerous silhouettes surfaced simultaneously, the acupoints of the Northern Ocean clone's entire body pulsing as his strength grew increasingly majestic. As he strode forward, the heavens and the earth seemed to have returned to the prehistoric times as countless great demonic beasts galloped together, shocking the heavens and shaking the earth. Beneath the Northern Ocean clone's attack, dragons and tigers accompanied him as his strength seemed limitless as he forcibly repelled Chen Qianhua's Buddhist clone. Yin Zhaoge held the upper hand in this battle of clones as well. After repelling Chen Qianhua's clone, the Northern Ocean clone flicked lightly with his finger, that flying coin in midair immediately repelling it. The dark green bamboo cane was no longer restrained. The Northern Ocean clone flicked his hand, the bamboo cane carrying a streak of purple light as it struck the Grand Longevity banner once more. The grand longevity banner shook, the extreme yang seal descending once more as it suppressed the crevice to the 9 underworlds down below. Still, a shocking roar now resounded from the deep abyss down below, causing one's heart to tremble. A 9 underworlds true devil shockingly emerged from the crevice. Still, before he could clearly see the world before him, a figure smashed downwards from above. It was Chen Xianhua who had been sent tumbling down by Yin Zhaoge's palm once more. That devil had just been reacting when the world before his eyes suddenly dimmed. Yin Zhaoge had chased Chen Xianhua all the way down. Seeing that devil, he casually struck out with a cyclic heavenly seal. Beneath his iron palm that shook the heavens and overturned the earth, he swept through all enemies. The 9 underworlds true devil who had once been a formidable foe of the 8 extremities world had been directly slain by Yin Zhaoge. So powerful, heavily injured, Chen Xianhua's qi and blood were extremely weak. Yet, he was excited as never before. He lowered his head and looked. Half of his body had already been devoured by the crevice of the 9 underworlds, the immense gravitational force still continuing to corrode him. A pity, truly a pity. Chen Xianhua shook his head repeatedly. Yin Zhaoge said mildly, "You can break through the suppression of the heavens and earth any time and escape from the 9 underworlds, returning to the world beyond worlds." Chen Xianhua laughed loudly. What's the point of that? His figure abruptly sunk as he actually took the initiative to rush into the crevice of the 9 underworlds. Sure, I indeed don't intend to chase you down to the 9 underworlds. This Yin may not be talented, but I also have no interest in lowering myself to the level of a lunatic. Yin Zhaoge was taken aback for a moment before he chuckled. Still, I can help you make this trip more interesting. I believe that you will be very willing to accept my parting gift. Saying thus, Yin Zhaoge formed seals with his hands, forming numerous seals before transforming into a black ball of light, which smashed into the crevice of the 9 underworlds. The black ball of light landed on Chen Qianhua's body, instantly forming a formless wound from which streams of black light leaked out. Affected by this formless devilish wound, the 9 underworlds instantly went into chaos as countless great devils began converging towards him like sharks smelling blood. Chapter 1079. Having entered the 9 underworlds, Chen Xianhua's cultivation base was no longer affected by the dimensional laws of the 8 extremities world. His aura immediately began to surge, as if he had transformed from an ant into an elephant. Affected by this, his injuries also began to recover quickly. Back when King Xuanmu had descended into the 8 extremities world, he had been heavily injured by Yin Di. Even after returning to the world beyond worlds, his injuries had still not been light. However, after Chen Xianhua cultivated the World Foundation and recovered to the human immortal stage, most of his injuries were quickly healed. However, the formless devilish wounds caused by the black ball of light thrown by Yin Zhaoge still existed. Black light overflowed from the wound, as if the wound was bleeding. Chen Xianhua instantly sensed powerful auras vibrating from all directions, and their attention was drawn to him. Among them, there was no lack of top-notch great demons of the netherworld. Demonic charm ritual? Chen Xianhua was taken aback. This is the legendary devilish bewitching ritual that Taoism experts used to lure and kill 9 underworld's devils in pre-Great Calamity times. Affected by this invisible demonic injury, the great demons of the 9 underworlds would gather like sharks in the sea that smelled blood. With Chen Xianhua's cultivation base, he would be in grave danger if he were to be surrounded and attacked by a large number of 9 underworlds experts when he ventured deep into the 9 underworlds. There is no need to even mention the consequences if a higher-level demon was attracted. If it were under other circumstances, even if he was injured, Chen Xianhua will be able to heal his injuries very quickly and leave the 9 underworlds within a short period of time, returning to the world beyond worlds via extra-dimensional space. But now, if he didn't get rid of the demonic bewitching ritual, he would be surrounded at all times. If he wanted to heal his injuries and leave the 9 underworlds, it would be even more difficult. Within a certain range, it was as eye-catching as a candlelight in the dark night, constantly marking the location of the demons of the netherworld. When Chun Qianhua came back to his senses, he saw that the crack was already gradually closing up under Yin Zhaoga's suppression. You even know about the demonic charm ritual? Chun Qianhua's eyes shone brightly. Indeed, the most interesting person that the Eight Extremities world has ever produced is really you. Yin Zhaoga smiled nonchalantly, waving his hands at him. Don't be so courteous. Just enjoy yourself. The crack to the 9 nether was sealed again. Chun Qianhua gradually disappeared from Yin Zhaoga's vision. The final scene was of many devils who had originally not been too interested in a mere lower world, like the Eight Extremities world, suddenly beginning to congregate before surrounding Chun Qianhua. When the crack to the 9 underworlds was completely sealed, the demonic aura surging in the abyss of the Earth domain was also cleared. The Eight Extremities world finally regained its calm. However, due to the battle with Chun Qianhua, Yin Zhaoga had to go all out as well. As a result, the entire world was affected to some extent. In particular, the geography of the surrounding areas had undergone earth-shattering changes. The spiritual qi circulation of the entire Eight Extremities world had already become different from before, virtually having shattered, before slowly recovering. Having sealed the Earth domain, Yin Zhaoga swiveled his head to look elsewhere. There, Chun Qianhua's Buddhist clone was already hard-pressed to the point of being heavily injured by the Northern Ocean clone. It was just that he had no intention of breaking free of the suppression of dimensions and ascending back to the world beyond worlds. Like Yin Zhaoga's Northern Ocean clone, this clone's cultivation base far surpassed the 3rd level of the Martial Saint realm. Having descended into the Eight Extremities world, his cultivation base had been suppressed just like his main body. Sensing the Northern Ocean clone's doubts, this clone of Chun Qianhua smiled. A pity indeed. You have already sealed the crack to the 9 underworlds. Otherwise, this clone of mine would have gone down as well. While the 9 underworlds' evil devils are chaotic and unpredictable, most of them are very stupid. Therefore, they're not that interesting. Still, having some fun along the way is also a joyful thing. The Northern Ocean clone said mildly, you can try returning to the world beyond worlds. Still, there is still the possibility that you will be beaten to death by me here before you return. The other party laughed. It is already no longer important whether I return or not. I am more interested in you now than the Brocade Emperor. You are much more interesting than him. Amidst his words, his body abruptly turned golden, resembling a gilded Buddha statue. The next moment, a green-blue luster surged as his body turned into colored glass from the inside out. Just like the martial practitioners of the blessed lands of Buddhism who currently possess the power of faith, he was about to perish and enter parinirvana. Still, when martial practitioners of the blessed lands of Buddhism entered parinirvana, they used their Buddha light to send themselves into oblivion. This clone of Chun Qianhua, on the other hand, had his Buddhist cultivation base, which was naturally pure and untainted as it was hard to stop. In order to achieve this, one had to reach a certain cultivation base in Buddhism. Oh, the Northern Ocean clone smiled casually. You can die then. He punched out, striking the other party's head. The Buddha statue that resembled colored glass was directly shattered. Yin Zhaoga glanced at it before no longer paying any attention to it. He could be considered to have some understanding of this upper exalt now. This was a true madman. For the sake of the crazy thoughts that occasionally surfaced in his mind, he did not even care much about his own safety. Yin Zhaoga had previously still been wondering if Chun Qianhua would take revenge on Broad Creed Mountain and him after returning to the world beyond worlds after suffering a setback here in the Eight Extremities world. From the looks of it now, while the other party would definitely make a comeback, he would most likely only target him, Yin Zhaoga, because everyone else was boring in Chun Qianhua's eyes. Of course, this was not definite. The reason why madmen were hard to deal with was that they could not be judged by normal standards. This was especially so when this madman possessed extremely great destructive power, making him even more annoying. Even if Chun Qianhua, who was proficient in many supreme martial arts, was inferior to Yin Zhaoge in terms of the density of his true essence at the same cultivation level, it was still shocking. Having cultivated in the 10 primordial heavenly scriptures of the Jade, clear direct lineage, and the later Heaven 6 scriptures, having manifested the foundation of the world, his recovery ability was even greater than Zhuang Shun, who cultivated in the Phoenix True Form scripture, and Taoist One Heaven, who cultivated in the Longevity Martial scripture. In terms of recovery ability alone, Yin Zhaoge was even inferior to him. Still, in terms of instantaneous eruption of power, Yin Zhaoge was the complete victor. The cyclic heavenly seal that had derived from reversing creation was the embodiment of the essence of Yin Zhaoge's simultaneous cultivation of the 3 purities. Therefore, at the same cultivation level, he had beaten Chun Qianhua into submission. Still, this fellow really gave me a bit of a pleasant surprise. Yin Zhaoge looked at that banner that flickered with green light. The Grand Longevity banner was still clashing with the Extreme Yang seal. It was just that it was at a disadvantage due to having been struck by the dark green bamboo cane earlier. Yin Zhaoge walked forward, attempting to collect the Grand Longevity banner. However, it was not easy at all. After all, this was a sacred artifact that was comparable to the Extreme Yang seal. The upper Exalt Chun Qianhua had even left behind his fist intent mark within, a mark left behind by an Exalt. It had been left behind by a human Exalt who was able to contend against emperors. With Yin Zhaoge's current cultivation level, it would be quite a hassle for him to deal with it. Still, Yin Zhaoge was still in a very good mood. To him, a high-grade sacred artifact like the Grand Longevity banner held a different meaning. Using the Extreme Yang seal and the dark green bamboo cane, Yin Zhaoge first forcibly suppressed the Grand Longevity banner before keeping it. How to truly control this divine artifact could be discussed later. Chapter 1080. After resealing the crevice to the 9 underworlds beneath the deep abyss of the Earth domain and collecting the Grand Longevity banner, Yin Zhaoge did not linger any longer. He first headed west, heading to the Heaven Domain's Broad Creed Mountain. Due to the great battle with Chun Qianhua earlier, the spiritual qi circulation of the 8 extremities world had already been completely messed up. If he left it like this world would descend into desolation and decline. There was a mechanism on Broad Creed Mountain that had been established previously to gradually improve the spiritual qi circulation of the 8 extremities world. Now, it could be put to use once more, helping to restore the spiritual qi circulation of this world once more. The heaven-shaking, earth-overturning changes were felt by those of Broad Creed Mountain as well. The people on the mountain could still be considered calm, because they had already received notice that something might have happened to the crevice to the 9 underworlds. However, their clan's most legendary expert, Yin Zhaoge, descended to the mortal realm, had already descended to the 8 extremities world to deal with this matter. After knowing this, everyone's emotions became calm. It was as if just hearing that name would make them feel carefree. The final results strongly proved this point once more. While it shocked the heavens and shook the earth, the changes to the 9 underworlds were still quelled once more, peace returning to the 8 extremities world. Yin Zhaoge's return to the mountain caused everyone's spirits to rise. The disciples of Broad Creed Mountain who had interacted with Yin Zhaoge in the past all felt honored. Seeing those familiar faces, Yin Zhaoge felt happy as well. The time flow of the 8 extremities world was only half that of the world beyond worlds and a fifth of that of the vast ocean world. While Yin Zhaoge had been fighting for so many years in the world beyond worlds, less than 10 years had actually passed in the 8 extremities world. Still, many things had happened over these past few years. Due to Broad Creed Mountain's inclination to nurture Feng Qi, due to the spiritual qi of the 8 extremities world being more conducive to the advancement of martial practitioners, he had successfully stepped into the transcending mortality martial grandmaster realm. Some outstanding talents had also arisen amongst the younger generation. Similarly, however, disciples of the clan had perished as well. Currently, Broad Creed Mountain stood alone in the 8 extremities world, virtually having no enemies. However, if Broad Creed Mountain disciples were to suffer cultivation deviation in the process of cultivating, or if they entered the Great Western Desert, the Southern Underground Palace, or the Marsh of Illusory Sea to temper themselves, there was still the possibility of them encountering danger. For example, Fang Zhuan's personal disciple Liu, one who had been acclaimed alongside Yin Zhaoge, Su Fei, and Si Kongqing that year, while he had avoided the tribulation of falling to the dark side due to Su Fei's assistance during the Great Tribulation of Broad Creed Mountain back then, at the end of the day, due to his unstable mental state and his desire for quick success, he had suffered cultivation deviation and perished while in death seclusion. Perhaps he already no longer had the heart to compare himself with Yin Zhaoge, but Si Kongqing, Feng Yunsheng, Ing Longtu, and the others had all surpassed him, causing him to feel greater and greater pressure. He wasn't the first person to die in seclusion, and he wouldn't be the last. The path of martial arts cultivation had never been a smooth one. After having regained the balance of spiritual qi in the Eight Extremities world, Yin Zhaoge bid farewell to Feng Qi and the others, before returning to Turbid Wave Pavilion of the Lake Domain. This place was tranquil from beginning to end, as if it was isolated from the world. Even when Yin Zhaoge and Chen Qianhua's battle had been heaven-shaking and earth-overturning earlier, this place had remained peaceful, resembling another world altogether. After greeting in Qinglin, Xie Yuchan, and the other Turbid Wave Pavilion martial practitioners, Yin Zhaoge returned to the small courtyard where Chun Minjing resided. Within the courtyard, the Brocade Emperor was currently conversing with Chun Minjing. His attitude was gentle, free and easy as his words flowed like pearls, causing Chun Minjing, who knew his identity, to gradually feel less restrained. Sitting by the side, Mengwan was all smiles. She had rarely been so happy these past few years. Seeing Yin Zhaoge return, the Brocade Emperor turned and glanced at him, smiling as he asked, "From the looks of it, you won. Has Chen Qianhua returned to the world beyond worlds?" He went to the 9 underworlds of his own accord. Yin Zhaoge shook his head. While he had been pulled back by his body that seemed to have been devoured by the 9 underworlds at the time, if Chen Qianhua had broken free of the suppression of the dimensions of the heavens and earth on his cultivation base, he would have been able to break free of the corrosion of the 9 underworlds at the same time, ascending and returning to the world beyond worlds. Meanwhile, Yin Zhaoge had already been prepared for this. The existence of the 9 underworlds would obstruct Chen Qianhua's ascension somewhat. Yin Zhaoge had mightily smashed down with the cyclic heavenly seal, forcibly sending Chen Qianhua into the deep abyss, in order to obstruct him with the crevice of the 9 underworlds. This way, if he attempted to break free of the suppression of the power of dimensions and ascend to the world beyond worlds, Yin Zhaoge would be prepared to intercept him then. Of course, even so, he would not have sufficient confidence of leaving Chen Qianhua behind for good. Still, for Chen Qianhua, who possessed outstanding strength and cultivation base, this was the best strategy to deal with him. Sadly, a lunatic's way of thinking was broad. Hearing his words, the Brocade Emperor nodded slowly. This indeed seems like his usual style. Still, before he left, I gave him a devilish, bewitching ritual. Yin Zhaoge shrugged. With so many devils surrounding him, even if he does not die, he will not be able to leave the 9 underworlds within a short period of time. Having temporarily restricted this unstable factor to the 9 underworlds, Yin Zhaoge would be able to search for Feng Yunsheng along with the Brocade Emperor and Meng Wan without worry. Even though Feng Yunsheng's trip to a foreign dimension might also be related to the 9 underworlds, there are few who are willing to battle with Chen Qianhua. A hint of a smile appeared on the Brocade Emperor's handsome face. The main reason is naturally that most people are unable to defeat him. Still, even those who can defeat him would find it pointless to battle with him, because this person has no concept of life or death, success or failure, honor or disgrace. Even if one wins against him, he would not feel humiliated, vexed, embarrassed, or disappointed. The Brocade Emperor smiled. He would not care how many spoils of war the victors wrested from him. He would not even care about life or death. What Chen Qianhua was passionate about was not battle itself. Instead, he was interested in whether his opponents could bring him anything in the process of battling. Apart from that, he did not really care about gratitude or enmity, victory or defeat, life or death, gains or losses. Perhaps it should be said that what he pursued was not in the same circle as most people at all. The world of madmen was always different. Without the grief and rage of the loser, the joy of the victor would naturally be much dimmer. The Brocade Emperor said casually, "For those who understand Chun Qianhua, even if they win against him, there is nothing to be happy about." Yin Zhaoge chuckled. That might not be the case. In Chun Qianhua's words, slapping him like a bug is actually rather fun for me. As for what he thinks, I do not care. The Brocade Emperor smiled. How many people of similar cultivation realms can slap him like a bug? He stood up, looking at Meng Wan and Chun Minjing. Since this matter is already over, let us return to the world beyond worlds. I hope that fellow Taoist Chen will not blame me for disturbing you today. While I have said this before, I still have to say one more thing. Having been separated from Wan for so many years, I have not been able to fulfill my responsibilities as a father. It is all thanks to you for raising and teaching Wan. I truly cannot thank you enough. Chun Minjing hurriedly said that she dared not accept this, feeling rather reluctant as she looked at Meng Wan, who was about to be separated again. Meng Wan consoled her. If there is a chance in the future, this disciple will definitely visit Master again. The Brocade Emperor smiled and nodded. Yin Zhaoge's gaze flickered slightly. Chapter 1081. After taking his leave of Chun Minjing, Yin Zhaoge left the Eight Extremities world along with the Brocade Emperor and Meng Wan, returning to the world beyond worlds. This time, he directly walked through the wound of the sky of the Sacred Sun clan, arriving at the Water Ridge peak of the back mountain of Broad Creed Mountain in the world beyond worlds. Shall we go to Golden Court Mountain first? Yin Zhaoge looked inquiringly at the Brocade Emperor. In rebuilding the Sacred Sun clan, Senior Apprentice Brother Tang cannot do without the support of the Southeastern Exalt. The Brocade Emperor smiled. It is naturally fine. It has also been a long time since I've seen fellow Taoist Chao. The group immediately set out for Golden Court Mountain. On the way, some news channels contacted Yin Zhaoge, informing him of the latest situation in the world beyond worlds. There was good news and bad news. When it rains, it pours. The worst news was that the concealed sovereign had gone into seclusion and isolated himself in the outside world. Whether it was Wang Zhengsheng, Li Juanxin, and the others on the southern high peaks Chilling Cliff, or Wang Pu and the others on the northern high peaks Jade Capital Crag, they could only sit and watch helplessly. Female Empress Jia Mingkong had never been interested in such matters that had nothing to do with her. The Heaven Emperor and the Brocade Emperor were not on good terms in the first place. With him interfering in this matter, the Brocade Emperor's reaction would be hard to predict. If they were not careful, a battle between perfected immortals might break out. Of course, there was also good news. The Encompassing Emperor, who was one of the world beyond worlds 5 emperors alongside the Brocade Emperor and the Heaven Emperor, had recently returned to the world beyond worlds from extra-dimensional space. The Sunluo Emperor, Li Jun, was also known as the Encompassing Emperor. The Lord of the World Beyond Worlds, Central June Heaven Territories, Kunlun Mountains round Wisdom Ridge, one of the 5 emperors, possessed outstanding strength. In the great battle between the Brocade Emperor Fu Yunqi and Mars Halberd earlier, he had been one of the mediators and witnesses. Under his witness, the Brocade Emperor and Mars Halberd finally agreed to battle amid space. However, on the day of the battle, the Encompassing Emperor had headed to the void outside and did not return to watch the ceremony. Only the Earth Exalt, Wang Zhengsheng, was responsible for bearing witness. In the following years, the Encompassing Emperor, the Earthly Sovereign, the Sword Sovereign, and the other experts had remained in extra-dimensional space, not having returned to the world beyond worlds. Not long ago, he finally returned. As soon as he had returned, before he could even return to his Dao Arena residence in Round Intelligence Ridge's Myriad Phenomena Cave, he had received news that the Brocade Emperor had suffered cultivation deviation. The southern blazing heaven territories, star-reflecting lake revealing the name of the immeasurable heavenly lord, had nearly caused a huge commotion. While the situation had not escalated due to Yin Zhaoge, the Brocade Emperor's own disciple He Shixing and the Earth Exalt Wang Zhengqing's disciple Li Juanxin had both been conned. In many people's minds, there was also Yin Zhaoge, who was also present. After learning that Yin Zhaoge and the Brocade Emperor had both gone to Golden Court Mountain, the Encompassing Emperor had come here as well. Yin Zhaoge had naturally long since heard of the Encompassing Emperor Li Jun. Still, this was his first time seeing him in person. Dressed in black, he had white hair and a youthful face. His shiny white hair was combed neatly. As he stood there, he seemed to be one with the world, and it was difficult to distinguish him from the world. Every single movement he made seemed natural, almost like the Tao. Yin Zhaoge greets the Encompassing Emperor. Yin Zhaoge smiled in greeting. Looking at Yin Zhaoge, the Encompassing Emperor nodded slightly. Heroes come from the young. It is truly a fortunate thing for the exalted gold luminary to have such a bloodline, and also a fortunate thing for our Taoism. You overpraise me, Encompassing Emperor, Yin Zhaoge smiled. He could clearly see the pity in the other party's gaze. Indeed, after greeting Yin Zhaoge and Chao Jie, the Encompassing Emperor's gaze fell on the Brocade Emperor. The Brocade Emperor's expression was warm as a spring breeze. I have troubled you again, Taoist brother. I am ashamed. The Encompassing Emperor sighed. I once advised you not to walk this path that year. If you had listened to my advice, would things have turned out this way? What will come will come. I enjoyed 1,000 years of peace before, but didn't I still have to face that tribulation in the end? The Brocade Emperor smiled. At least the tribulation of Mars Halberd was finally overcome. The Encompassing Emperor said, having overcome the old tribulation, a new tribulation has arisen. This tribulation before you will not be easy to overcome as well. The smile on the Brocade Emperor's face vanished as he was silent for a moment before he said, Indeed. He raised his head and looked at the Encompassing Emperor. What do you intend to do now that you have come, Taoist brother? That will depend on what you intend to do. The Encompassing Emperor's snowy white brows twitched slightly. The incident of star-reflecting lake must not happen again. The Brocade Emperor raised his head slightly, murmuring after a while, What do I intend to do? I can't say for sure myself. Hearing his words, the expressions of Yin Zhaoge, Chao Jie, and the Encompassing Emperor all turned solemn. They all knew that while the Brocade Emperor's words seemed vague and perfunctory, it was actually the most accurate description of what he was thinking. My daughter has a close friend who headed to the extreme northern lands and has yet to return after entering a foreign dimension. It has already been many years since they last met, and they still miss each other. The Brocade Emperor regained his wits, saying, I intend to head north with my daughter and attempt to search for her. We father and daughter have been separated for many years. I have never fulfilled my responsibilities as a father. Every time I think about it, I feel rather guilty. He looked at Meng Wan with a gentle gaze. Wanner is sensible and has been consoling me all this while. It is rare for her to have something that she wishes to do. As her father, I naturally have to do all I can for her. The Encompassing Emperor's gaze was calm and without ripples as he just glanced silently at Meng Wan. After his gaze swept between the Brocade Emperor and Meng Wan, the Encompassing Emperor said slowly, There are a few dimensional passageways in the extreme northern lands that lead to a foreign dimension that vaguely have something to do with the 9 underworlds. Yes, my daughter has been extremely worried about this. The Brocade Emperor nodded. Still, that is a minority at the end of the day. The Encompassing Emperor said, I wonder what fellow Taoist Fu thinks of this traveling together with your daughter. With this matter concerning the 9 underworlds, the Encompassing Emperor would not take it lightly. While he and the Brocade Emperor were old friends, the latter appeared incomparably normal as they were chatting happily now. Still, only the heavens knew what would happen if the Brocade Emperor left. The matter of star-reflecting lake was sufficient for all those in the know to feel as though they were facing a great enemy as they raised their guard against this former lord of ingenious flying peaks Red Lotus Cliff. I naturally do not mind. It is just that I will inevitably feel uneasy if I trouble you, fellow Taoist. The brocade emperor smiled as he looked at Yin Zhaoge. Right, Wan Er's friend is precisely this little friend, Yan's beloved wife. The encompassing emperor raised his brows slightly. Oh, does little friend, Yin, wish to travel together with us? Yin Zhaoge similarly smiled as he answered, My wife and I have not seen each other for many years as well. I miss her dearly. It is rare that the two majesties have personally come looking for us. I must make this trip together no matter what. I hope that the encompassing emperor will allow it. The encompassing emperor glanced deeply at him before nodding. Of course. Looking at Chao Jie, the brocade emperor smiled. Better early than late. We will set off now. I hope that fellow Taoist Chao can help us with the matter of the Sacred Sun clan reopening its headquarters in the world beyond worlds. A worried look flashed through Chao Jie's eyes as he still answered calmly. Rest assured. They immediately set off, departing Golden Court Mountain. They headed north, passing through the central June Heaven Territory and heading to the northern Profound Heaven Territory. The Brocade Emperor did not linger at Kunlun Mountain, nor did he return to ingenious Flying Peak's Red Lotus Cliff, as he seemed to have completely forgotten about his clan, as well as the fact that his other daughter, Fu Ting, was there. Meanwhile, Yin Zhaoge and the encompassing emperor similarly tacitly chose not to mention this matter. Chapter 1082. If possible, Yin Zhaoge actually hoped that Fu Ting would leave ingenious Flying Peak and hide in the restful Immortal Valley or somewhere else. He believed that it would naturally be Fu Ting's turn after the Brocade Emperor had dealt with Meng Wan's matter. Still, all of this was just a guess. Before the Brocade Emperor actually acted, no one could be certain of what this emperor wanted to do. Having comprehended the legacies of the Grand Clear lineage for many years, those of ingenious Flying Peak all understood the current situation. They believed that Fu Ting and the others would eventually make their own judgment and decision. Yin Zhaoge's current attention was still placed on Feng Yunsheng and Meng Wan. With two emperors descending upon the northern Profound Heaven Territory, things would naturally not be peaceful here. The Northern Exalt had long since come out to welcome the Brocade Emperor and the Encompassing Emperor. If it was said that it had only been out of courtesy in the past, he was now extremely cautious. What had happened at the southern Blazing Heaven Territory Star-Reflecting Lake had only been spread amongst the higher echelons as it had not been widely spread. Still, the Northern Exalt was naturally aware of it, as he was naturally wary of the current Brocade Emperor. This was also Yin Zhaoge's first time truly seeing this Lord of the North, Guan Yuluo's grandfather. A total of 7 Exalts of 10 territories had attended Broad Creed Mountain's opening ceremony in the Royal Reed Sea. Besides the Upper Exalt Qin Xianhua and the Earth Exalt Wang Zhengsheng, only the Northern Exalt was absent. Afterwards, the identities of Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di had been announced, shocking the entire world beyond worlds. Yet, the Northern Exalt still showed no signs of activity. While he was not hostile like the Western Exalt Lang Qing and the others, he did not show any signs of closeness either. This was rather similar to the Northern Exalt's usual style. Of the 10 Exalts, the Northern Exalt was probably the most low-key one. His style was somewhat similar to that of the female emperor, as he seldom interacted with outsiders. This was not completely without reason. Yin Zhaoge actually had a very good impression of him. This was because the Northern Exalt had always maintained a neutral stance regarding the matter of his mother, Xue Chuqing. He had also restrained those of Cloud Pavilion Mountain's profound remnant locale from participating in it. While he had not taken care of everything, this was already a form of goodwill from the Northern Exalt. The Northern Profound Heaven Territory's Cloud Pavilion Mountain's profound remnant locale had always been renowned for its divination, with the Northern Exalt being a peak expert amongst them. If he and his disciples had participated in the capture, Xue Chuqing's escape would have become incredibly difficult, especially when Xue Chuqing's cultivation level was still low back then. Even though Xue Chuqing possessed half of the river diagram to protect herself, there were too many places where she needed to use it. Even if the peak experts were restraining one another and the Northern Exalt would not personally make a move, With a great number of profound remnant locale disciples participating in the capture, it would be very easy for Xue Chuqing to attend to one thing and lose sight of another, greatly increasing the risk of her concealment. It was precisely because they were proficient in this that the Northern Exalt's lineage had always kept a low profile, rarely participating in the various disputes. Yin Zhaoge greets the Northern Exalt. Seeing the Northern Exalt, Yin Zhaoge bowed. It has been some time since I last saw Miss Guan. How is she? Just from external appearances alone, the Northern Exalt was probably the most inconspicuous of the 10 Exalts. His appearance was haggard, and he was old. His eyes were turbid, and he even seemed a little deaf. His spirit was nowhere to be seen, as if he could pass away at any time. Amongst the 10 Exalts, the oldest and most senior was undoubtedly the Earth Exalt, Wang Zhengsheng. Next was the Northeastern Exalt, Lu Jinggu. Of course, he was still much younger than Wang Zhengsheng. Next was the Northern Exalt. It was just that from external appearances alone, the older Lu Jinggu instead looked younger than the Northern Exalt, as he was ferocious, authoritative, and spirited. After exchanging greetings with Yin Zhaoge, the Brocade Emperor and the Encompassing Emperor, the Northern Exalt smiled. This little girl is a little crazy. Little friend Yin, please don't laugh at her. Yin Zhaoge said, not at all. It is all thanks to Miss Guan's enthusiasm that this Yin was able to find out the general whereabouts of my wife. The Northern Exalt was naturally aware of his intentions in coming to the Northern Profound Heaven territory, having already communicated with Cloud Pavilion Mountain's profound remnant locale beforehand. He pondered for a moment before saying, little friend Yin, little friend Fu, the two of you should first make preparations. The dimensional passageway that little friend Feng used to head to extra-dimensional space this time has probably really been corroded by the 9 underworlds, becoming a land of tranquil stream. The so-called land of tranquil stream was not a domain of the 9 underworlds, as it had been formed from the corrosion of space by the 9 underworlds. The power of the 9 underworlds was strange and domineering, as it would corrode any world whether it was tangible or intangible. Still, extra-dimensional space was chaotic and complex, as it was not easy for the 9 underworlds to corrode it. An extremely long period of time would be required before it could truly become a part of itself. Before that, space that had been tainted by the devilish chi of the 9 underworlds could still not be considered a true land of the 9 underworlds. Therefore, it was called a tranquil stream, as it could generally be considered a gray area between the 9 underworlds and the great 1,000 worlds of the universe, being different from the crevices of the 9 underworlds that were commonly known to corrode worlds. After having received advance notice of Yin Zhaoge and the Brocade Emperor's intentions in coming here, the Northern Exalt, who had not personally made a move for many years, had performed a divination. With the difference in cultivation bases between him and Feng Yunsheng, it should have been easy for him to divine her whereabouts under normal circumstances. Even if Feng Yunsheng was in extra-dimensional space and unable to accurately pinpoint her location, he would still be able to find out the general direction. Still, the divination was chaotic and unclear. The result was obvious. Understand. Many thanks for the Northern Exalt's advice. Yin Zhaoge inhaled deeply, cupping his hands towards the Northern Exalt. Mengwan looked rather nervously at her father as the Brocade Emperor said, let's go take a look. The Northern Exalt said, this old man will accompany the 2 majesties to the extreme northern lands and wait there to ensure that nothing goes wrong. The Encompassing Emperor looked calmly at the Northern Exalt, nodding towards him. They immediately set off, quickly arriving at the icy and snowy lands of the extreme northern lands. Following the clues that Feng Yunsheng had left behind, they searched together as they finally gradually settled on an area. The Brocade Emperor raised a hand, the world before them instantly changing. The all-encompassing wind and snow and the pure, icy plains all turned illusory, as it was as if the real heavens and earth had become a flat image. This was a variation of the grand, clear, supreme martial art, the grand beginning bright emptiness form. While the grand beginning bright emptiness form possessed outstanding defensive power, it was not a purely defensive technique. It possessed both offensive and defensive capabilities, naturally possessing boundless miraculous uses. It was just that the Brocade Emperor was currently the only one in the world beyond worlds who possessed such profound attainments. As everyone gazed over, they saw a few black lines vaguely drifting amidst the heavens and earth that seemed to have transformed into a painting of mountains and rivers. It was as if the painting had been torn apart and repaired afterwards. Before the Brocade Emperor had executed this technique, one would not have been able to see these marks in the normal heavens and earth. Those were the dimensional crevices that would occasionally appear and vanish very quickly here. After carefully inspecting for a moment, the Northern Exalt's gaze fell on one of the black lines. It should be here. Following the Northern Exalt's gaze, Yin Zhaoge and the others all nodded slowly. Let's go. The Brocade Emperor retracted his hand, the illusory scenes of the heavens and earth before him returning to reality. As the scenes of the heavens and earth regained their original state, the entrance to a dimensional passageway appeared on the icy plains. Gazing in from the outside, it was pitch black as it resembled a black hole with bolts of lightning flickering within, indistinctly visible at times. Chapter 1083. Looking at the streaks of electricity within that black hole, Yin Zhaoge and the others seemed to be deep in thought. The Northern Exalt sighed softly. That was grand, illusory, spatial thunder, right? The encompassing Emperor said, the essence has already dispersed. It can no longer be called true, grand, illusory, spatial thunder. However, perhaps there will be true, grand, illusory, spatial thunder when we enter deep into the void. The grand, illusory, spatial thunder was one of the 9 heavenly immortal thunders that had been renowned even before the Great Calamity. It was ranked second among the 9 heavenly deity thunders, second only to the legendary primeval ancestral thunder. It was above the 5 elements thunder of fortune, hearts will thunder, and other heavenly thunder arts. If there is grand, illusory spatial thunder disrupting space, there will probably be more obstructions along the way. Yin Zhaoge gazed at that black hole. The Northern Exalt said, this old man will stand guard here. You can move out at any time. The Brocade Emperor nodded slightly. Let us set off now. As he spoke, he flicked his sleeve and brought Meng Wan along as he entered the dimensional passageway. Please wait, Northern Exalt. Yin Zhaoge bowed towards the Northern Exalt before entering alongside the encompassing Emperor. The Northern Exalt watched them leave before sitting down cross-legged at the entrance of the dimensional passageway, no longer moving. As time passed, the domain passageway disappeared once again. On the vast ice field, there was only an old figure sitting quietly in the wind and snow. As Yin Zhaoge entered this dimensional passageway, it was not like when he had traversed through other dimensions earlier, where the various colorful scenes before him had changed. This place was pitch black from beginning to end, and nothing could be seen. Only flashes of lightning could be seen from time to time. Walking in this domain passage, one could clearly feel the pressure of the void domain force, which was full of malice towards those who stepped into it. If one's cultivation was slightly lower, they would probably be squeezed into a pile of flesh and blood in an instant. If not for the Brocade Emperor's protection, Meng Wan's cultivation base would not have been sufficient to traverse this place. Yin Zhaoge glanced at her. According to the Brocade Emperor's current style of doing things, Meng Wan's safety should still be guaranteed for the time being. It was just that he dared not guarantee this. The Brocade Emperor's current thoughts were just too hard to fathom. If there was even the slightest fluctuation in his thoughts, he did not even need to do anything himself. As long as he ignored Meng Wan, who was in this domain passageway, Meng Wan would immediately suffer. Therefore, Yin Zhaoge had to pay attention to the Brocade Emperor's condition. Of course, it was not just for Meng Wan. It was also for Yin Zhaoge himself. Yin Zhaoge, who did not fear guessing at the worst intentions of others, had sufficient reason to suspect that the Brocade Emperor might suddenly attack and injure someone at any time. It was just that their target was not Meng Wan, but him, Yin Zhaoge. If his guess regarding the Brocade Emperor's cultivation path was correct, the grand simplicity splendor cloud aside from eliminating the existences of Meng Wan and Fu Ting in order to advance further. He and Yin Di would both be obstacles to the Brocade Emperor's path. The most important obstacle would definitely be Yin Di. Still, Yin Zhaoge would naturally not just sit by and do nothing. The royal Reed Sea had relied on the power of the later Earth text to resist the Heaven Emperor. Compared to experts who had already pushed open the door to immortality, Yin Zhaoge was still a junior. Normally speaking, aside from situations like the Heaven Emperor, where there was indeed deep enmity between them, true immortals would not go as far as to make things difficult for an immortal bridge martial saint given their status. Still, the problem was that the Brocade Emperor was currently not normal. If he really walked the path of heartlessness, he would only consider the gains and losses, the difficulty, and not things like status and face. If there was a chance to get rid of a potential threat, a potential obstacle, he would naturally get rid of it. Traveling together with such a figure, Yin Zhaoge could not help but think more about it. The encompassing emperor had come here with the intention of watching over the Brocade Emperor, preventing him from stirring up any more major disturbances. Still, it was really hard to predict how the encompassing emperor would view Meng Wan and Fu Ting. Besides the upper exalt Chun Qianhua, who is different from normal people, the higher echelon experts of the world beyond worlds all hoped that the Brocade Emperor would return to normal as soon as possible. Still, how he would do so would probably be a matter for each individual to consider. As Yin Zhaoge pondered, he saw Meng Wan suddenly gaze over. Yin Zhaoge could vaguely see some worry within those clear, intelligent eyes that resembled that of a young deer. She is smart indeed, Yin Zhaoge thought. Perhaps she did not have a sufficient understanding of the Brocade Emperor's situation, as she was still unclear about her own situation. Unease seemed to arise within Meng Wan's heart as she sensed that the situation was strange. Previously, she had been under house arrest by Wudong Slope. Suddenly released afterwards, she had met her father whom she had never met before. While the Brocade Emperor appeared normal on the surface, he had brought her along as he wandered aimlessly amidst space for many days. Afterwards, upon returning to the world beyond worlds, one matter after another had occurred. Moving the location of her birth mother's burial, meeting her master whom she had always missed, searching for her long-lost friend Feng Yinsheng. All of these had caused Meng Wan to feel her father's warmth. It was just that thinking about her previous encounters, the quick-witted Meng Wan just felt that things were a little strange. In front of the Brocade Emperor, Yin Zhaoge could not even secretly send a sound transmission to him, let alone say it out loud. Yin Zhaoge did not react to Meng Wan's probing gaze at all, as it was like he had not seen it at all. Seeing this, Meng Wan retracted her gaze, not feeling disappointed. No reaction was actually already an answer. Otherwise, Yin Zhaoge should be puzzled. Since there was no reaction, it meant that Yin Zhaoge clearly knew what she was asking about while also vaguely confirming her guess. It was just that while she had obtained an answer, it was clearly not something that made her feel optimistic. Fortunately, Meng Wan had long since been mentally prepared for this, as she could only go with the flow now. As they traversed the endless darkness, dim radiance suddenly lit up. This was not the first time he had stepped into a foreign dimension. Still, as Yin Zhaoge gazed over, the scene before him was different from what he had experienced in the past. Starlight could not be seen flickering amidst the dim space, as there was only dim radiance that shone black and glossy. The space seemed to have turned from formless to tangible at this moment, as its surface was tainted with filth. It is indeed a land of tranquil streams. Yin Zhaoge nodded to himself. He had long since seen descriptions of the land of tranquil streams in books. Still, this was his first time experiencing it himself. This place resembled the 9 underworlds, yet was not. Resembled the human realm, yet was not. It had its own wondrous aspects. There were many similar lands of tranquil streams of varying sizes. The land of tranquil streams that Yin Zhaoge and the others were currently in was rather vast. As they walked, they attempted to locate Feng Yunxing's whereabouts. The environment of the land of tranquil streams was perilous, as many strange spirits and monsters were born there. Most of them were violent in nature, as they resembled the devils of the 9 underworlds. There were many powerful ones amongst them. Feng Yunsheng, having come here to temper herself, was in line with her expectations. She had already been here for many years. Yin Zhaoge and the others had not hoped to find her so quickly, as they were more focused on searching for clues. With the two true immortals, the Brocade Emperor and the Encompassing Emperor, leading the way, their sensory abilities were far superior to others even within the tranquil streams. The ferocious spirits and monsters that rampaged here were completely unable to obstruct them as they advanced extremely quickly. As they walked and stopped, they searched unceasingly. Due to the passage of time, the earliest traces left behind by Feng Yunsheng no longer existed. It was only after Yin Zhaoge and the others had been searching for half a month that they began to make some occasional gains. As time passed, and they ventured deeper, more and more traces and clues were left behind by Feng Yunsheng. However, the expressions of Yin Zhaoge and the others gradually turned solemn. As they gradually ventured deeper, they could vaguely feel that they were getting closer and closer to that terrifying 9 underworlds. Feng Yunsheng was still nowhere to be seen at this moment. Chapter 1084. The deeper they went into the land of tranquil stream, the more they could feel the terrifying aura of the 9 underworlds. Yin Zhaoge, the Brocade Emperor, and the Encompassing Emperor were naturally fine. Even with Meng Wan's cultivation, she was no longer able to maintain her foothold. After being corroded by the power of the netherworld, her mind would gradually go haywire. Even if one's heart was firm, they were not emotionless and desireless people. They would still be affected. It was all thanks to the jade pendant that the Brocade Emperor had given her to protect her, allowing her to clear her heart and focus her mind, that she was able to continue walking. Yin Zhaoge and the others weren't in the mood to deal with the spirits here, and those spirits were also unable to pose any threat to them as they simply swept past them. Following the traces left behind by Feng Yunsheng, the group moved forward with a goal in mind, and their efficiency was much higher. After continuing walking like this for a few days, Yin Zhaoge and the others instead slowed down. Everyone's expression became solemn as they stared at the void in front of them. They had reached the edge of the land of tranquil stream. If they went further, they would be close to the source of the void erosion, which was the connection with the 9 serenities. Feng Yunsheng's footsteps seemed to continue forward. After looking around for a while, Yin Zhaoge did not find any other clues. It seemed like the only choice was to continue forward. The Encompassing Emperor asked slowly, "When this little friend Feng left Broad Creed Mountain for adventuring outside, did he bring along the extreme Yin Crown?" He now already knew that Feng Yunsheng was the person of Broad Creed Mountain who wielded the extreme Yin Crown. "The extreme Yin Crown has always been controlled by my wife," Yin Zhaoge answered. At the side, Meng Wan's expression was calm, as usual. The outcome of the fateful battle with Feng Yunsheng in the past had allowed her to completely let go of her obsession in this aspect. The Sunluo Emperor muttered to himself, "I wonder if little friend Feng has reached the seeing divinity martial saint realm." Although there were some traces left by Feng Yunsheng along the way, due to the erosion of time, there were no longer any details to speak of. It was difficult to determine Feng Yunsheng's current cultivation, strength, and state of mind. If senior apprentice sister Feng successfully breaks through space and sees true divinity, she would be able to unleash the full power of the extreme Yin Crown for a short period of time. Meng Wan was also a maiden of extreme Yin, having once wielded the extreme Yin Crown for many years, as she was extremely clear on this. It was unknown how the exalted lunar luminary had forged this sacred artifact, such that it was different from other sacred artifacts. Yin Zhaoge said mildly, "While my wife has the intention of tempering herself, this matter concerns the 9 underworlds. She definitely understands the gravity of it and will not recklessly take the risk." Yin Zhaoge knew what the Encompassing Emperor was worried about. If she could fully exert the power of the extreme Yin Crown, not only would Feng Yunsheng be able to protect herself, she would also be able to more effectively resist the encroachment of the 9 underworld's devilish will, stabilizing her mental state. The extreme Yin Crown was a sacred artifact on the same level as the extreme Yang Seal. its might standing at the peak of the mortal realm. As long as she did not encounter a great devil that was equivalent to a Dao Sex immortal realm expert, Feng Yunsheng would not be in too much danger even if she entered the 9 underworlds. On the contrary, if one had not reached the seeing divinity stage and was unable to fully wield the power of the extreme Yin Crown, even if Feng Yunsheng could wield a portion of the extreme Yin Crown's power, recklessly venturing deep into the 9 underworlds would be hard to predict. Especially if she was still in the merging avatar martial saint realm and had been bewitched by the 9 underworlds, which was why she had entered this place. The nature of the matter would be different. This time, they had to make a new plan for their search. However, since he had already come here, Yin Zhaoge naturally wouldn't just let the matter rest. We should still go in and search for him, the Brocade Emperor said now. Perhaps little friend Feng is in need of our help right now? The encompassing emperor nodded. Let's go. The group of people continued forward, and the soul-stirring call began to ring in their ears, getting louder and louder until it was almost deafening. The gloomy light in front of him began to gradually disperse. Black fog filled the air, faintly flashing with an evil and ferocious blood-red luster. This was no longer the crevice to the 9 underworlds as seen in the 8 extremities world. Instead, it resembled a boundless sea of bitterness, directly facing the 9 underworlds. There's something strange about this place. Although the devilish chi of the 9 underworlds is also corroding the void, it's not convenient. The Brocade Emperor glanced at it before saying slowly, "It seems like some sort of existence is interfering with the 9 underworlds' corrosion of space." The encompassing emperor shook his head after observing for a moment. It's related to grand void spatial thunder, but it's not just grand void spatial thunder. The group of people took the initiative to move forward and finally entered the vast black fog. The moment he took that step, he felt like he was in a different world. It was not the feeling of going from the 8 extremities world to the vast ocean world to the floating life world, or from the 8 extremities world to the world beyond worlds. Instead, he felt as if he had become a different kind of life, a different form of life. It was similar to the death of the physical body and the soul leaving the body, turning from a human to a ghost. The entire universe was barren and wild. After entering, let alone Meng Wan, even Yin Zhaoge felt slightly uncomfortable. Previously, when he had faced the invasion of the devilish chi of the 9 underworlds, he had been in another world at the end of the day. Now that he was truly within the 9 underworlds, that bewitching force was more than 100-fold stronger. Yin Zhaoge even felt that the faceless devilish scripture that he had only ever used as a reference and never truly cultivated and seemed to have a life of its own. Relying on the power of the 9 underworlds, the devilish scriptures in his memories vaguely seemed to form a seed of their own, taking root and germinating within Yin Zhaoge's soul. When everything had developed and grown strong, it would be time for them to take over. Besides the faceless devilish scripture, there were many other devilish arts that seemed to be automatically drawing in devilish chi, forming numerous devils. It was just that they were not as intense as the faceless devilish scripture. The 9 underworlds is indeed extraordinary. I wonder how Yunsheng is doing now. Yin Zhaoge calmed his mind, silently circulating his profound art as he suppressed and cleanly eliminated the devils one by one. He paid attention to the Brocade Emperor's situation. The Brocade Emperor's current state could be said to be extremely easy for the 9 underworlds to exploit. While the current him might still be flawless physically, the same could not be said for his soul and thoughts. The encompassing emperor had the same thoughts as Yin Zhaoge. The reason he had come along on this trip was to guard against such latent dangers. The Brocade Emperor was as per normal as he seemed completely oblivious to it. He also seemed not to notice the attention of Yin Zhaoge and the encompassing emperor at all. He simply continued searching for the clues left behind by Feng Yunsheng while also worrying about Meng Wan. They each harbored their own thoughts as they continued to advance in this world where no one should exist. The aura of a living person instantly drew the attention of numerous devils. Still, the devils that appeared nearby were merely equivalent to human martial saints at most, as they were naturally unable to obstruct the footsteps of Yin Zhaoge and the others. Still, not long after they had entered, Yin Zhaoge and the others suddenly felt the devilish qi and baleful qi in the surroundings seemingly gradually diminishing. They exchanged glances. There is indeed a unique existence here that is interfering with the 9 underworlds region and corroding the surrounding extra-dimensional space. Yin Zhaoge and the others immediately identified their direction, heading towards where the devilish qi and baleful qi were weakening. As they approached, the devilish qi and baleful qi grew weaker and weaker. Yet there was a sharp chill that was growing stronger and stronger. Yin Zhaoge, the encompassing emperor, and the brocade emperor exchanged looks as they simultaneously exclaimed, "Sword intent." Chapter 1085. It was indeed sword intent. What was more noteworthy was that there was more than one sword intent. Instead, it was 2 intersecting sword wills, like 2 long swords clashing against each other, emitting a metallic clanging sound as they traversed the void. The sword chime seemed to come from the distant past, passing through the ages and arriving at the present. Even from far away, the sharp sword intent caused people to feel a chill run down their spines. As Yin Zhaoge's group neared and analyzed that sword intent, their hearts simultaneously jolted. The gazes of the brocade emperor and the encompassing emperor simultaneously fell on Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge muttered, "Jade illusory heaven opening sword." During the days when he traveled to Kunlun Mountain, he had also discussed Dao with Wang Pu and the others, so he was no stranger to the Jade virtual heaven opening sword. Not to mention that he had personally witnessed the sword sovereign Yu Zhenbei's heaven-shaking, heaven-splitting sword in the Royal Reed Sea back then. Currently, as Yin Zhaoge analyzed those 2 sword intents, he discovered that one of them was shockingly the Jade illusory heaven-opening sword that his grandfather Yin Xintong had created. Yu Zhenbei's sword intent was of the same origin. It was pure and condensed. The brocade emperor and the encompassing emperor clearly recognized the sword intent of the Jade illusory heaven-opening sword as the encompassing emperor said, "Still, I wonder if it was left behind by the sword sovereign in the past, or perhaps by the exalted gold luminary." The other sword intent, however, is not the sword Dao of the prime clear lineage. A rather interested expression appeared on the brocade emperor's face. Although the person who fought back then had a profound cultivation base, the sword intent had not dissipated and could even stop the 9 underworld from eroding the void. A considerable part of the key to the preservation of such strength was that the 2 sword intents were entangled with each other and reached a wonderful balance. Together, they had resisted the erosion of time. The other sword intent was obviously suppressed by the Jade illusory heaven-opening sword, but it was extraordinary and could be said to be shocking. Yin Zhaoge and the others could all tell that this sword intent was not one of the numinous treasure 4 swords of the prime clear lineage. The prime clear numinous treasure 4 swords had always been the highest achievement of Taoism's sword arts. In the hearts of many Taoism martial practitioners, especially those of the prime clear direct lineage, the numinous treasure 4 swords had always been the highest achievement in the Tao of the sword. Over the years, there were only a few challengers who were qualified to challenge the prime clear sword cultivators. But it was only a qualification. For example, in the legends of the investiture of the gods, Taoist Master Jade Cauldron, the personal disciple of the Jade clear lineage's founder, the Lord of Primordial Beginning. For example, one of the 4 imperials of Taoism, the Purple Tenuity Emperor, had transformed one of the Grand Clear Direct lineage's post-celestial 5 ultimates of the Grand Clear Direct lineage, deriving the Tao of the sword from the Grand Heavenly Talisman. Along with the Prime Clear Direct lineage expert, the Lord of Plentiful Treasure, the 2 of them had always been hailed as Taoism's top 3 experts in the Tao of the sword. In truth, however, the Prime Clear lineage had more experts in the Tao of the sword. The Lord of Plentiful Treasure was merely the most outstanding amongst them. Outside of Taoism was the mystical mountain. After the Gautama Buddha had just attained transcendence, a sword son of Buddhism, had appeared there. He discussed the Tao with the descendants of the prime, clear lineage at that time. However, ever since the Buddhist sword son passed away, the Buddhist sword Tao went silent once again. However, it was worth noting that while these experts were outstanding, not allowing the prime, clear sword cultivators to dominate, the sword Taos they inherited were still weaker than the numinous treasure four swords. Or, it should be said that they were challenging the prime, clear sword cultivators, and not the prime, clear sword Tao. The prime, clear sword Tao's first true challenge had actually come after the Great Calamity. It was precisely Yin Zhaoge's grandfather, the exalted gold luminary, Yin Xintong, who had sorted the world and improved upon the sword Tao of the Jade Cauldron cultivated deity as he created the Jade illusory, heaven-opening sword. Only then had the numinous treasure, four swords, truly had an opponent. Of course, it could not be said that the current Jade illusory heaven-opening sword would definitely be comparable to the numinous treasure four swords. Still, those with knowledge could see the potential within. The crux of the Jade illusory heaven-opening sword lay in the fact that Yin Xintong's cultivation base had yet to reach its peak. If he had not died young, with his talent, his swordsmanship would have continued to improve as his cultivation base continued to improve. He would have eventually created a supreme sword art that was truly comparable to the numinous treasure four swords. Before this, the person most likely to achieve this had been the Purple Tenuity Emperor. Yet, following the Great Calamity, everything had come to a halt. Yin Xintong had followed in his footsteps, causing countless people to sigh in pity. Still, there was another sword art outside of the prime, clear sword Tao that was currently competing with the Jade illusory, heaven-opening sword within the 9 underworlds. It was neither the Buddhist sword Tao nor the Purple Tenuity Emperor's sword Tao. Instead, it was a devilish sword. I don't seem to have heard of such a sword art of the devilish Tao in pre-Great Calamity times. Yin Zhaoge recalled as he looked at the brocade emperor and the encompassing emperor. The encompassing emperor pondered. Thinking about it carefully, the sword intent of the Jade illusory heaven-opening sword here is probably left behind by the exalted gold luminary. Battling the Jade illusory heaven-opening sword in the devilish domain of the 9 underworlds, this old man vaguely recalls a legend. The sword devil, Yin Shiyang. The brocade emperor continued. Yin Zhaoge's gaze flickered. Sword devil. The brocade emperor said, "Let's not guess blindly. Let's get closer and take a look." "That's fine too." Yin Zhaoge nodded as they approached. The black fog before them gradually dispersed, the devilish chi of the 9 underworlds no longer remaining. Instead, a lustrous white light flickered as it was exceptionally striking amidst this devilish domain. The white light vaguely contained a metallic luster as the rumbling of thunder vaguely seemed to resound. Yin Zhaoge and the others came to a realization. Right, so there were traces left behind by grand, illusory, spatial thunder here. Coupled with the entanglement of the two sword intents, it is no wonder that it was still able to maintain such a powerful state after so long. While the immortal thunder itself no longer existed, the thunderbolt and the two sword intents had created a small, independent space in this corner of the 9 underworlds that year. As they entered, the sword intent was sharp and cold. Still, it did not attack them, the outsiders. After entering this foreign dimension and coming into contact with those intermingling sword intents, a scene instantly surfaced before their eyes. 2 shocking sword lights, one white and one black, intermingled as they flew over from the distant sky, hacking through the infinite devilish chi of the 9 underworlds and dark soil of the 9 underworlds as cracks were left behind in the heavens and earth of the devilish domain. The intermingling sword lights descended here, shattering a clump of grand illusory spatial thunder as this foreign dimension was finally formed. Yin Zhaoge knew that this was the scene from back then. He gazed towards the source of the sword light. There, 2 figures, one purple and one black, intermingled. The figures suddenly halted as the figures of 2 men appeared. One of them, a black-clothed man, roared towards the heavens. "At the end of the day, I still cannot defeat you." Infinite hatred, obsession, resentment, and unwillingness seemed to have condensed into something tangible, transcending the boundaries of time and space as it filled the entire heavens and earth. Opposite him was a purple-clothed youth who stood calmly alone with a single sword. The scene ended here. Still, Yin Zhaoge was still able to clearly see the appearance of that purple-clothed youth. It was none other than his grandfather, the exalted gold luminary, the sword god Yin Shintong. Your ancestor, the exalted gold luminary, fought countless battles of various sizes in the past. Other than dominating the roving jade heavens with his sword and becoming a sword god, he also had many other legends. The encompassing emperor said slowly, one of these was the great battle with the sword devil Yin Shiyang. No one knows the details of this. Still, the final result was that the sword god subdued the sword emperor before slaying the sword devil. Chapter 1086. Yin Shiyang. Yin Zhaoge repeated this name. The encompassing emperor glanced at Yin Zhaoge, no longer having any reservations as he thought of what had happened at Star-Reflecting Lake. It is rumored that the sword devil Yin Shiyang was originally a martial practitioner of the immortal court. He is also extremely talented. His talent in the way of the sword is rarely seen in the world. It's a pity that he has been a disciple of the immortal court since he was young and worshipped the immeasurable heavenly lord. Although he managed to push open the immortal door, his comprehension of the great Tao was lacking, and his foundation was unstable. The encompassing emperor shook his head slightly. It should be said that he was delayed. If he could learn from my orthodox Taoism, his accomplishments would probably be limitless. As he spoke, he restrained his voice, not allowing it to enter Meng Wan's ears. If Meng Wan knew too much about the matter of the immortal court and the immeasurable heavenly lord, she would naturally be able to understand that the Brocade Emperor had not taken her existence into consideration in discussing this matter back at Star-Reflecting Lake. The Brocade Emperor did not mind others knowing that he had suffered cultivation deviation. But Meng Wan was different. It would be too hard to predict how the Brocade Emperor would react if she knew the truth. Therefore, while he spoke to Yin Zhaoge openly, the encompassing emperor still chose to use sound transmission so that Meng Wan could not hear him. The Brocade Emperor said mildly from the side, while the rumored Yin Shiyang hailed from the immortal court, he is not much weaker than our orthodox Taoism's direct lineage martial practitioners at the same cultivation level. He is even stronger than many of them. Yin Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. That is indeed rather stunning. Back then, his first duel with your ancestor, Senior Yin, ended in a crushing defeat. Your ancestor felt pity for him and didn't take his life. The encompassing emperor continued. He was unresigned and challenged your ancestor a second time. In the end, he still suffered a crushing defeat. In the end, for the sake of making up for what he lacked and fighting a decisive battle with your ancestor, Yin Shiyang turned his back on the immortal court heretics and joined the 9 underworlds, becoming a devil on the spot. Hearing this, Yin Zhaoge looked thoughtfully at the encompassing emperor. The encompassing emperor nodded. The treasured light imbued with the power of faith emanating from the bodies of the immortal court martial practitioners is difficult to eradicate. All future troubles are at the whim of the immeasurable heavenly lord. Even if you realize the truth and want to start all over again, it's just wishful thinking. However, there are no absolutes in this world. It's not impossible. I know of 2 methods. One of them is to be purified by Buddhism. In fact, it's just changing the target of worship. Hearing his words, Yin Zhaoge pondered for a moment before saying, the second is to enter the 9 underworlds and become a devil. The encompassing emperor said, it's similarly a path of no return, yet can still be considered choice. And so, Yin Shiyang entered the 9 underworlds, and a sword devil appeared in the world. The Brocade Emperor continued. After becoming a devil, Yin Shiyang's strength indeed improved greatly as his talents were not buried to the extent of being buried. Still, the sword devil was still unable to defeat the sword god in the end, as he was slain by your ancestor. Your ancestor killed the devil, and his sword showed no mercy, but he still felt pity for Yin Shiyang's talent. It's said that he once said that it would be a great regret in his life if he couldn't fight Yin Shiyang of the three clear lineage. Otherwise, it would be hard to tell who would win. The Brocade Emperor's thoughts wandered. In that era, amongst the experts who had sprung up after the Great Calamity, there was only one other person besides his wife, the Sword Emperor, who could receive such an evaluation from your ancestor in the Tao of the Sword. Yin Zhaoga nodded, not saying anything as he continued forward amidst that foreign dimension. As he neared those two coiling sword lights, as he came into contact with that black sword light, his mind instantly shook. Sharp, icy cold, sharp, tough, brutal, unbridled. The tyrannical sword intent struggled unceasingly beneath the suppression of the jade, illusory, heaven-opening sword, not yielding for even a moment. Following the erosion of time, this sword intent seemed illusory, whilst also real, as it was already more of a mark, as one would no longer be able to comprehend the concept of the sword arts contained within. Still, feeling the mark within, Yin Zhaoga was still able to appreciate his former flair. Numerous scenes seemed to surface within Yin Zhaoga's mind. It was precisely the high-spirited Yin Shiyang who had devoutly worshipped the immeasurable heavenly Lord and whose cultivation base had transcended mortality in the immortal court. At the time when he had been most confident in his life, he had suffered a crushing defeat. That purple-clothed youth and the sword in his hand had since become Yin Shiyang's lifelong nightmare and obsession, also changing Yin Shiyang's fate. Yin, Xing, Tang. An enraged roar of indignation and indignation resounded unceasingly within Yin Zhaoga's ears. Defeat after defeat, defeat after defeat. As a martial practitioner of the immortal court who devoutly worshipped the immeasurable heavenly Lord, he had resolutely sacrificed himself to become a devil in the end. Exhausting all methods, paying any price, no matter how many times he failed, no matter how difficult the road ahead of him was, he would never give up. He would definitely surpass that person. His powerful obsession resembled tangible as it agglomerated into the sword intent of the devilish, heavenly sword before him, transforming into a peak devilish sword Tao between the heavens and the earth as it sought to compete with that sword that opened the heavens, only ending in death. At the very end of the scene was Yin Xintang's figure. The current you, with your sword Tao still lacking in maturity, would still not be my match. If you were human, I would be willing to let you off once more, waiting for you to attain major accomplishment in your sword Tao before we would truly have a showdown. However, you immediately became a devil, even having become one of the 12 devilish gods. My sword cannot show you any mercy. At that time, Yin Xintang truly felt regretful, a pity that you were born in the immortal court. Seeing this scene, Yin Zhaoga felt rather complex emotions as well. His grandfather, the exalted gold luminary, the sword god Yin Xintang, had been acclaimed as the #1 expert of Taoism in the Tao of the Sword in post-Great Calamity times. Yin Xintang had added the words Taoism in front of it because he was being humble. Perhaps the root cause was that he had always felt regretful that he had not been able to battle the sword devil Yin Shiyang, who had attained the heights that he should have been able to determine who was superior. As for Di Qinglian, they were already family. He instead no longer had any desire to win. The sword light here looks like it was inadvertently left behind in the process of my ancestor battling the sword devil. While his emotions were rather complex, Yin Zhaoga's attention quickly shifted elsewhere. This is not a battlefield or the burial ground of the sword devil. The encompassing emperor said, "That's right, sword devil." Yin Zhaoga murmured. Yin Shiyang's strength increased greatly after becoming a devil. He should not be an ordinary fallen devil, instead having merged with the body of a fallen great devil. If it is one of the 12 devilish gods, the sword devil, that should be the incarnation of the 6 supreme devils that occupies the position of aged metal of the 5 elements. The Brocade Emperor glanced at Yin Zhaoga. I heard Red Lotus mention that you possess the faceless devilish scripture. It looks like you understand the 9 underworlds very well. You did not hear about the 12 devilish gods from Wang Pu and Chao Jie, right? Yin Zhaoge answered candidly. I do know quite a bit, but it is still rather limited. Still, I know a thing or two about the 12 devilish gods. He swiveled his head to look at the intermingling jade, illusory heaven-opening sword and the devil heaven sword before him. The 12 devilish gods are the peak devils of this world, the overlords of the devilish Tao, the kings of all devils. The 12 devilish gods are further divided into the 6 ancestral devils and the 6 supreme devils. The head of the 6 ancestral devils is hailed as the ancestor of all devils, the primordial heaven devil who originated the devilish Tao. He once fought with the founder of our Taoism's jade, clear lineage, the primordial heavenly lord of primordial beginning. Chapter 1087. When talking about the devils of the 9 underworlds, Yin Zhaoge, the encompassing emperor, and the brocade emperor no longer avoided Mengwan. Listening quietly by the side, Mengwan could not help but sigh in admiration upon hearing the name of the primordial heavenly lord. Back in the 8 extremities world, while I knew how terrifying the 9 underworlds were, I had not thought that they would actually be this powerful. Yin Zhaoge said, ever since ancient times, with the long passage of time, while the Tao prevails and the devils vanish most of the time, no one can deny the power of the 9 underworlds. The primordial heavenly devil fought against the jade, clear, founding master for the throne. I believe he lost. Mengwan asked. Yin Zhaoge smiled. This is only natural. Therefore, the Lord of Primordial Beginning is still the Lord of Primordial Beginning, while the primordial heavenly devil can only be renamed the primordial heavenly devil. The encompassing emperor said, the primordial heaven fiend was indeed defeated, and he was even suppressed by the primordial heavenly lord of primordial beginning later on, never to emerge again. However, if he were to reappear in the world, it would probably be a scene of doomsday. If we really want to talk about doomsday, we'll have to wait until the doomsday heavenly devil is born. The brocade emperor now said leisurely. After all, he is like the lord of numinous treasure, an existence that symbolizes the transformation of all things into nothingness. Mengwan recited softly, Doomsday, heavenly devil, Yin Zhaoge explained from the side. While it's said that there are the 12 devilish gods, one of them has never appeared in this world, and has always been missing a spot. That will be the last of the 6 ancestral devils. Ancestral fiends are all Kane god fiends. They existed before the creation of the heaven and earth. This one is the only exception. Although he is an ancestral fiend, the ancestor of all fiends, he will be born at the end of the world, the end of the post-celestial realm. Actually, it's still unknown what his real name is. Doomsday Heavenly Devil is a name people gave him based on his power. As time passed, it became his real name. Mengwan understood. Just like the founder of the prime, clear lineage, the lord of numinous treasure, who symbolizes the transformation of all living things from existence to non-existence, signifying the destruction of everything, the descent of the Dharma ending, and the disappearance of creation? The encompassing emperor nodded. Exactly. The doomsday heavenly fiend is the symbol of the end of the world. The moment it descends into the world, it also represents the arrival of the true great calamity of this world. Primordial Sky Fiend and Doomsday Sky Fiend with one head and one tail are so powerful. The other 4 ancestral fiends aren't simple either, said Mengwan with a sigh. Yin Zhaoge laughed. Isn't that so? He pointed at the 9 hells where everyone was. This 9 hells is the corpse of the 2nd ancestral devil after the primordial heaven devil, the creation heaven devil. Mengwan's gaze flickered. I remember that it was recorded in ancient texts that the vastness of the 9 underworlds was a world that existed before the great calamity and our entire human world. They were like 2 poles of existence. Such a world was actually formed from the corpse of a great devil. The brocade emperor laughed softly. While the creation heavenly devil has perished, whether or not he is powerful still depends on who killed him. The one who killed the creation heavenly devil was one of our Taoism's 3 clear grand masters, the prime clear sex grand master numinous treasure. Mengwan blinked her eyes. No wonder. His hands behind his back, the brocade emperor leisurely gazed at the darkness of the 9 underworlds beyond this foreign dimension. While as an existence that is like a polar opposite of the human realm, the 9 underworlds is barren at the end of the day. Therefore, it would naturally try to encroach upon our great 1,000 worlds of the human realm. Perhaps this can also be said to be a form of yearning. The 9 underworlds coincides with the place where the primordial heaven devil was sealed, also preserving a final bit of vitality for the devils in order to prevent the primordial heaven devil from breaking out of the seal, making it hard for them to exterminate the 9 underworlds. The brocade emperor swiveled his head and glanced at Yin Zhaoge. After the primordial heaven devil and the creation heavenly devil, the 3rd ancestral devil is known as the grand heavenly devil, and the 4th ancestral devil is known as the faceless heavenly devil. Mengwan was taken aback slightly. Grand heavenly devil? Yin Zhaoge said mildly. The grand heavenly devil is the devilish incarnation of the grand clear lord of Tao and virtue of one of our 3 clear grandmasters, while the faceless heavenly devil is the devilish incarnation of the ancient Buddha Amitabha. The 2 peak bigwigs seized the position of the ancestral devil with their great wisdom and might, having already severed the fortune of the devils to a certain extent. Therefore, throughout the endless years that followed, it was mostly the Tao that prevailed and the devils that prevailed. Even if there was a time when the Tao declined and the devils prevailed, it was only for a brief moment. Therefore, other than the 6th ancestral devil who had never truly descended into the world, there was only the 5th ancestral devil, the vast freedom heavenly devil, who had always been active in the past, Yin Zhaoge said as he shrugged. Still, that was a very long time ago. In our current era, long before the great calamity, ancestral devils were rarely seen. Those who wreaked havoc between the heavens and the earth were the last 6 of the 12 devilish gods, the 6 supreme devils. Yin Zhaoge's gaze fell on the 2 intermingling sword intents before him. This sword devil, Yin Shiyang, is the incarnation of the devil who occupies the position of aged gold of the 6 supreme devils. From becoming a devil to truly becoming a ruler of the devilish Tao, a process of growth was still required. It was just that this process of growth was extremely short for Yin Shiyang, who had already become the incarnation of a supreme devil. Still, this process had already been severed by Yin Shintong. The sword devil Yin Shiyang had become history. The encompassing emperor now said, "While Yin Shiyang is dead, the supreme devils are not extinguished as they merely await their next rebirth." The devils who occupy the position of aged gold of the 5 elements were the spear devil, the saber devil, and many others. After the great calamity, the sword devil Yin Shiyang appeared. Afterwards, another devil of aged gold will be reborn, rising from the ashes. The so-called 6 supreme devils were the heart devils and the devils of the 5 elements. The names of the devils of the 5 elements were not fixed. For example, the devils who occupied the position of aged gold. After the initial spear devil had perished, the saber devil had been reborn, rising and falling afterwards until the sword devil Yin Shiyang. The devils who occupied the position of earth included the earth devil, the stone devil, and so on. The devils who occupied the position of water included the ice devil, the water devil, the fog devil, the blood devil, and so on. There were also instances where the same devils were reborn, yet not the same person. Throughout the ages, it was not just a single epoch where devils were reborn after their deaths. While many devils had perished completely, the 12 devilish gods had never been extinguished aside from the creation devil. Still, while they would be reborn after their deaths, an opportunity was required as well. A life form that was compatible with them might appear in the next instant, or it might not appear for 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years. In that case, these devils would only be able to lie dormant between life and death, quietly waiting. In the ancient texts of pre-Great Calamity times, of the 6 supreme devils, only the heart devil and the shadow devil, who first occupied the position of would have always existed. The other 4 have already perished many times. Yin Zhaoge looked at the encompassing emperor and the brocade emperor. The brocade emperor smiled, saying, After the great calamity, there has never been any news of the heart devil and the shadow devil having perished. Yin Zhaoge looked at the two streaks of sword light before him. It has already been over 2,000 years since this sword devil perished. I wonder who the new devil of aged gold will be when he is reborn after his death. Chapter 1088. Whether it is the devil of aged metal or the other supreme devils, they all desire to be reborn after death. The Brocade Emperor said mildly, their rebirth requires other life forms as their incarnations. It all depends on fate. A compatible incarnation might be right before their eyes, but if not, it is not impossible to wait for another 10 million years. Mengwan hesitated for a moment before asking softly, what is considered compatible? The Brocade Emperor said, that is not certain. It depends on whether the fleshly body and the soul are compatible, having nothing to do with one's cultivation base or talent in the martial Tao. Therefore, it is hard to predict. He suddenly smiled. Even among the four of us here, it is hard to say whether there are any suitable ones. Hearing her father's words, Mengwan did not show any special reaction as she just looked rather worriedly at Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge understood that she was worried about Feng Yunsheng. Her worry was not without reason. It was not just the devil of aged metal who was one of the 6 supreme devils. There were also many experts amongst the devils beneath the 12 devilish gods who might be lying in ambush, searching for incarnations so that they could rise from the ashes and return to the world. There were no lack of great experts amongst them. The 12 devilish gods were just too distant a concept for most people. The other devils were more direct and easier to come into contact with. Yin Zhaoge exhaled slowly, many thoughts instantly flashing through his mind. Let's not touch this place. Since it is the relic of our predecessors, it can also obstruct the 9 underworlds from corroding space, the encompassing emperor said as he looked at Yin Zhaoge and the Brocade Emperor. Yin Zhaoge and the Brocade Emperor both nodded. That makes sense. After glancing at those two intersecting sword lights one last time, Yin Zhaoge's group left the foreign dimension formed of sword intent and thunderbolts. As they ventured deeper into the 9 underworlds, even the Brocade Emperor and the encompassing Emperor would have to raise their vigilance. The numerous devils of the 9 underworlds before them were getting stronger and stronger. While they still could not trouble them, as they ventured deeper, it was completely possible that they might even encounter devils that were comparable to immortal realm experts. Of the 3 of them, the Brocade Emperor executed the grand beginning bright emptiness form, which was illusory yet real. The encompassing Emperor had studied the myriad phenomena heavenly scripture of the jade, clear lineages, primordial heavenly scripture. It possessed boundless transformations and was beneficial for concealment. Yin Zhaoge did not use the foundation of the peerless heavenly scripture, just circulating the first art of the dim radiant 12 arts, the concealed shadow art, and the 12th art, the peerless infinity art. He was similarly hard to find. In this way, their group was incomparably low-key. At least they didn't attract the attention of peak great demons from afar. However, it was extremely difficult to search for traces of Feng Yunsheng in the 9 underworlds. Yin Zhaoge and the others could only take the risk and try to capture the 9 underworld's devils to try to find out more about Feng Yunsheng, hoping that there would be a devil who had met Feng Yunsheng before. The devils of the netherworld were either bloodthirsty and violent, evil and strange, or cunning and full of lies. It was not an easy task to extract useful information from their mouths. There were many methods of punishment used on humans, but their effects were limited on the devils of the 9 underworlds. Moreover, this was the territory of the 9 underworlds, so it was difficult to make a big fuss. In the end, they managed to capture a great devil that had once fought against Feng Yunsheng. While the great devil had a violent temperament, it didn't lose its rationality. Finally, Yin Zhaoge and the others obtained some useful information. To a human like Feng Yunsheng who had ventured into the 9 underworlds alone, this great demon had left a deep impression on her. The wounds on his body had yet to heal, and it was impossible for him to forget his opponent. According to the information obtained from the Great Devil, Yin Zhaoga's group continued advancing. Boundless scorched earth suddenly appeared on the pitch-black 9 underworld soil in front of him. In the dusky world, flames spread and burned as if there was no end to it. However, even though there was a sea of fire in front of him, the world still seemed dark. The fire did not dispel the darkness and bring peace. Instead, it gave people an ominous feeling. "This looks like the abode of a netherworld demon emperor," said the encompassing emperor after observing for a while. Although he said that, he didn't have the slightest intention of stopping and directly stepped onto the scorched earth. The brocade emperor smiled, similarly not halting as he walked alongside the encompassing emperor. Looking at the scorched earth and the sea of flames, Meng Wan murmured, "It is rather similar to the flame devils of that year." Yin Zhaoga said as he walked, "The flame devils that rampaged through our 8 extremities world that year were not devils of the 9 underworlds. Instead, they were spirits of fire of earlier birth. Still, they were similarly tainted with devilish intent when they were first born. Therefore, it is not wrong to call them flame devils. Tracing back to their roots, their true intent originated from an expert of pre-Great Calamity times, the Flame Devil Emperor." Yin Zhaoga explained, "The Flame Devil Emperor's original title should have been the Heavenly Fire Emperor. Still, it is said that he later analyzed the devilish Tao. While he did not become a devil on the spot, he walked very deeply on that path. Therefore, there is much debate about it." Meng Wan nodded in understanding. "Still, he is unrelated to the great devil who occupies the position of third fire of the 6 supreme devils," Yin Zhaoga said. "In history, the devil of third fire once produced the fire devil, the young devil, and the blazing devil. Our 8 extremities world that year only referred to the flame devils based on their characteristics and temperament." Hearing this, Meng Wan nodded. "There is probably no one in the 8 extremities world who knows about the 6 supreme devils. It is naturally impossible for them to know about the devil of third fire." Hearing her words, Yin Zhaoga could not help but smile. Meng Wan smiled as well. "You, senior apprentice brother Yin, are not included." While they were smiling, their brows were knit into a knot as they gazed at the barren, scorched earth that stretched for billions of li. They quickly arrived at the core region of this place. There were no other devils to be seen on the scorched earth, as it was like none of them dared to invade this territory. Soon, a massive devilish palace appeared before Yin Zhaoga and the others. The entire palace was completely formed of flames. It was 1,000 feet tall, as the walls and pavilions of the palace were all blazing as it instilled fear in one's heart. "Senior apprentice Sister Feng, have we entered this place?" Having entered alongside the brocade emperor, the encompassing emperor, and Yin Zhaoga, Meng Wan was not afraid of the scene before her as she appraised the devilish palace of flame that resembled a kingdom of giants. The brocade emperor and the encompassing emperor exchanged glances. "Why does it look like this place is all bark and no bite? The devil emperor is not here? Has he gone out, or has he already perished?" Outside the devilish domain's scorched earth, due to the inherent restrictions of devilish qi, numerous devils dared not approach. Still, it was tied on the outside, while loose on the inside. Having truly arrived here, it was immediately apparent that something was wrong. Yinsheng indeed did not come here for a reason. Yin Zhaoga narrowed his eyes into slits. They did not hesitate as they directly entered within. The majestic, towering devilish palace of flame was completely empty. It was only when they had arrived at the center of the devilish palace that they suddenly felt the shocking devilish qi surging to the heavens. Still, it seemed to have been suppressed as it was at the end of its path, as it was exceptionally weak. Yin Zhaoga stroked his lower chin. The aura is exactly the same as that of the devilish palace of scorched earth. It is the original owner of this place, that emperor amongst devils. From the looks of it, after being slain, he was reborn in the 9 underworlds due to being undying and imperishable. Yet, his rebirth was suppressed by someone such that he was unable to succeed. The encompassing emperor carefully sensed the changes in the devilish qi. He has already perished a long time ago, probably thousands of years ago. Who did this? Chapter 1089. As the encompassing emperor said this, he gazed at Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge understood his meaning as he shook his head. I cannot be sure if it is the exalted lunar luminary. Our sect does not know much about her, only knowing that she once descended to the eight extremities world and left behind the extreme Yin crown. The encompassing emperor nodded as they entered the rear hall together. As the flames dispersed, a silhouette flickered amid space, seemingly real whilst also illusory as it drifted unceasingly. Gazing over, Yin Zhaoge saw a small black ember at the center of that silhouette. It looked extremely weak as it flickered unceasingly, as if it might be extinguished at any moment. Yet, devilish chi surged to the heavens from within, just that it was forever unable to strengthen. That was the original owner of this place, an emperor amongst devils who had once presided arrogantly over the heavens and earth. While it was not that they could not be destroyed for good, devils were indeed undying and inextinguishable most of the time. Even if they perished for a time, they would be reborn in the 9 underworlds later on. Yet, this 9 underworlds devil emperor's rebirth process had been suppressed by someone, having been unable to revive for thousands of years, as it was akin to being eternally extinguished. Devils that are equivalent to immortal bridge marshal saints are already very hard to slay. Even devil-shattering arrows are unable to do anything to them, let alone true immortals of Taoism. Yin Zhaoge's eyes narrowed into slits. It is truly not easy to suppress the rebirth of this emperor amongst devils. Observing carefully, he saw that the surroundings of that small black ember seemed to be enveloped by a layer of boundless darkness. This darkness devoured the light and heat of the ember, causing it to be eternally unable to strengthen. Feeling that darkness that devoured the heavens and devoured the sun, Yin Zhaoge coughed lightly. The power of corrosion, Rao. Yin Zhaoge was not unfamiliar with this concept. It was the power of the sun against the stars, the Rahu luminary, the identity of the person who had slain a great devil of this place and sealed it so that it could not be reborn was obvious. The encompassing emperor and the brocade emperor exchanged glances as they spoke in unison. The exalted Rahu luminary? Of the new Kunlun 9 luminaries of post-Great Calamity times, the exalted Rahu luminary had been acclaimed alongside the earthly sovereign, concealed sovereign, and the exalted gold luminary Yin Shintong, being an expert of great importance in the resurgence of Taoism following the Great Calamity. Looking at Yin Zhaoge, the brocade emperor pondered. I heard from southeastern Chao that your sect seems to possess a treasure related to the exalted Rahu of the past, that this little friend Feng also wields it. It's not the Luoho blade, Yin Zhaoge answered frankly. Instead, it is a new saber that was forged from the remains of the Rahu saber after it was destroyed. It would not be wrong to say that it is related to the exalted Rahu luminary. Still, it is unclear how much of a relationship they have. He looked thoughtfully at Gloomy, who was suppressing the flames in front of him. From the looks of it, the relationship seems to be bigger than I thought. The brocade emperor and the encompassing emperor both nodded slowly. The brocade emperor extended a finger, lightly tapping on that clump of light. The light and shadow swayed slightly. The black flame was still weak, but the ominous darkness was rippling like water. The dark aura turned into boundless black flames and demonic chi. They were mournful and glaring, even more ferocious and domineering than the flames that made up the palace. Within the black flames and demonic chi, a human figure gradually appeared. It was the manifestation of the true intent of martial arts. Looking over, Yin Zhaoge saw that it was a black-clothed girl with a head of short hair that just reached her ears. She could not be said to be beautiful, her facial features strong and tough. A cold, stern aura emanated from her entire body as her gaze was resolute, not wavering in the least. While it was just a trace of light, a harsh, killing intent still emanated from it, causing a chill to arise within one's heart. Yin Zhaoge had learnt much information from his previous visit to Kunlun Mountains, northern high peaks, Jade Capital Crag. Yin Zhaoge had already seen the portraits of the new Kunlun 9 luminaries of the past, his grandfather included. The figure before him was none other than the exalted Rahu luminary, Jian Shenhua. Like the exalted gold luminary Yin Xintong, she was a 9 luminaries expert who was confirmed to have perished. She had left behind countless legends in her lifetime, as she was famed for being iron-blooded and tough. The exalted Rahu luminary perished even before my ancestor, the exalted gold luminary. Yin Zhaoge surveyed the devilish palace of flame before him. It looks like this is one of her battle accomplishments from back then. It is just that, Yin Zhaoge frowned. It does not feel that simple. Gazing at the silhouetted figure of the exalted Rahu luminary, the encompassing emperor could only feel that this illusory figure's gaze was unwavering as it met his gaze. Carefully sensing the environment here, he suddenly said after a while, "It is indeed not simple." Yin Zhaoge pondered as well, saying, "There seems to have once been a mechanism here. While it has already dissipated, some traces of it still remain." After observing for a moment, the brocade emperor extended a palm, the force of his palm pulsing as a lot of dark, devilish fire suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The devilish chi of the black fire condensed, manifesting as numerous runes and talismans. Looking at those runes, the gazes of Yin Zhaoge and the others all hardened slightly. "Huh," the brocade emperor laughed lightly. "So, this was a contingency prepared by the exalted Rahu luminary in case she perished and intended to be reborn." The encompassing emperor slowly shook his head. "She wants to borrow the profundities of rebirth of the devils of the 9 underworlds to complete her own rebirth. This is a little too." At the end of the day, the encompassing emperor did not want to speak too much on this matter. Still, Yin Zhaoge and the brocade emperor both understood what he was thinking. The exalted Rahu luminary was playing with fire, whether or not her scheme would succeed. Even if it did, a single misstep would result in her becoming a devil on the spot. What was most concerning was whether she would care about becoming a devil for the sake of success. Perhaps this was just a backup plan, and it would be best to not use it. Still, the exalted Rahu luminary had truly perished over 2,000 years ago. According to the rumored personality of the exalted Rahu luminary, she would probably disdain becoming a devil in exchange for a chance at rebirth, Yin Zhaoge said. "I just fear that she might be overconfident." He carefully analyzed those dark patterns of light, murmuring, "It feels like this mechanism does not just have a chance at rebirth. It seems to have other uses as well. She is not just setting up a contingency plan for her rebirth. She also wants to make use of this chance to wrest away the power, profundities, and authority of a certain great devil." Yin Zhaoge's expression changed slightly as a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Hearing his words, the encompassing emperor's expression changed as well. This was even more like playing with fire. Since the exalted Rahu luminary had taken a liking to this power, the original great devil must have been extraordinarily strong. The brocade emperor's gaze flickered as he too was rather taken aback. "The exalted Rahu luminary, Jian Shenhua." Yin Zhaoge slapped his head. "I wonder if I should say that you are ambitious, already thinking of doing something even bigger after you're not dead yet." None of the new Kunlun 9 luminaries of the past had been easy to deal with. "I really have to suspect whether you were intentionally seeking death back then," Yin Zhaoge thought rather maliciously. He really felt rather exasperated at this moment. If it were any other time, he might still be in a mood to watch the show and even give Jian Shenhua a thumbs up. Now, however, she was involved as well. The encompassing emperor frowned as he looked at the scene before him. The mechanism has already ended. What then? Chapter 1090. Whether they were concerned about Feng Yunsheng or whether the scheme of the exalted Rahu luminary, Jian Shenhua, had succeeded. In the end, everyone present was concerned. Yin Zhaoge inhaled deeply, closing his eyes. A thin screen of light appeared around his body, which gradually turned blurry, watery light. Where the watery light passed, everything seemed to turn black and white as it lost its luster. Beneath the infiltration of time that resembled water, the flow of time here seemed to be virtually stagnant. Watching this scene calmly, the brocade emperor and the encompassing emperor both nodded to themselves. With his cultivation base and age, his attainments in the Aeon Light heavenly scripture are unexpectedly brilliant. "Please lend me a hand, your majesties." Yin Zhaoge's voice was rather ethereal as it sounded fast at times while slow at others. The brocade emperor and the encompassing emperor did not hesitate as they both made a move. With their help, Yin Zhaoge circulated the Aeon Light heavenly scripture as time here seemed to flow in reverse. It was not truly flowing in reverse. Even if it did, it would still be hard to return to a few months or even years ago. Still, the rippling time merged with the black fire and devilish chi amidst space, gradually forming a silhouette as it attempted to restore the earlier scenes. Suddenly, white light flickered amid space. Yin Zhaoge's gaze was stern, the traces left behind by Yinsheng. Accompanied by the appearance of the white light, an image gradually surfaced as it was disjointed and disjointed. A familiar face appeared before Yin Zhaoge in Mengwan. Her hair was like a waterfall that was tied up simply behind her back. Garbed in white and wielding a black saber, her gaze deep. It was none other than Feng Yunsheng. Feng Yunsheng was seated in the meditative position on the ground, the extreme yin crown emitting clear, cold radiance above her head as it resembled the bright moon in the sky. The cold sun divine saber was placed horizontally on her knees, threads of black chi extending from it, transforming into runes that resembled chains as they entangled her body. Before Feng Yunsheng was a great black sun that hovered amid space. Beside her, the tiny ember of fire was completely suppressed by the dim darkness as it was unable to move. Black sunlight was emitted from the great black sun, illuminating the cold sun divine saber. Feng Yunsheng's expression was calm as her gaze was firm as she gazed at the great black sun before her. A figure surfaced amidst the great black sun. It was none other than the exalted Rahu luminary, Jian Shenhua. Her expression was as cold and solemn as ever as she calmly stared at Feng Yunsheng, her gaze threatening. "I'm not the reincarnation of the saber soul, and you don't exist in the saber. Why is this saber so close to me?" Feng Yunsheng's tone was calm and unhurried. Jian Shenhua, who was rumored to be a man of few words, was not stingy with her words when facing Feng Yunsheng. "It is true that you are not the reincarnation of a saber soul, but a strand of your soul is sealed in the remains of the Rahu saber. You should say that this saber is the reincarnation of a portion of your soul. Although it cannot be considered your clone, it is connected to your mind, and you can wield it as if it were your own arm." The bright moonlight suppressed the pitch-black rune chains on Feng Yunsheng's body to a certain extent. But resisting these seals depended more on Feng Yunsheng's willpower. She said quietly, "Exalted Rahu luminary? Although I admire Senior's demeanor in the past, I don't want to become someone else's reincarnation." What an outstanding little girl. Not only was Jian Shenhua not annoyed, a faint smile even appeared on her cold and stiff face. But this smile disappeared in a flash. The great black sun advanced, gradually about to devour Feng Yunsheng's body. Feng Yunsheng did not resist as she sat unmoving where she was, merely stabilizing her mind. Looking at the image before him, the encompassing emperor nodded slightly. While the exalted Ro luminary has been revived, in order to ensure that she does not fall to the dark side, she is exceptionally weak. This is not a battle between an immortal realm expert and a seeing divinity martial saint. What is being compared is not external cultivation base, but internal strength. Yin Zhaoge did not speak. Feng Yunsheng's mind was strong, and her will was firm, as she was one of the few people he had ever seen who was powerful. That was a might that surpassed her age and the limits of her strength. As compared to other opponents, he was not worried about Feng Yunsheng at all. Still, Feng Yunsheng's opponent this time was no ordinary person as well. She was a woman who had left behind an awe-inspiring, iron-blooded name in history. She was a great devil who, after her death, had not only set up a method to revive herself, but also schemed against a great devil whose foundation was even deeper than hers. It was to the extent that her own death might even be a part of her plan. Also, how many could be certain that she would be able to be reborn as she wished after her death under the precondition that she did not become a devil? Even so, Jian Shanhua had dared to gamble on it. She might not have lost to the point where she would have to stake it all on a single throw. What supported her was not her gambling nature or luck, but her firm will to the extreme. It was rumored that she had once suffered the soul-nailing needle, which was one of the 7 great tortures alongside the cold marrow needles, without a change in expression. Facing such an opponent this time, what were Feng Yunxing's chances of victory? In order to ensure that she does not fall to the dark side, the rebirth ritual arranged by the exalted Raha luminary had to be borrowed. A rather interested expression appeared on the brocade emperor's face. Still, from the looks of it now, the outcome was not entirely within her expectations. It did not go so smoothly. The great black sun completely enveloped Feng Yunxing. Amidst the great sun, a black pattern of an annular solar eclipse gradually appeared on Feng Yunxing's forehead. Devilish qi vaguely circulated within her pupils as well. Still, her gaze remained clear and bright. Feng Yunxing suddenly roared, standing up and chopping forward with the cold sun divine saber in her hand. The extreme Yin crown above her head shook, pure moonlight transforming into a saber light which broke through the great black sun. While the great black sun had vanished, the black annular solar eclipse on Feng Yunxing's forehead still remained as dim light leapt within her pupils. The white saber light left behind a mark amid space, resembling a passageway that led to Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge met the gaze of his lover before him, even though he knew that she could not see him. Still, Feng Yunxing's gaze seemed to traverse through time at this moment, arriving in the present. I do not know who will be able to see this in the future. Feng Yunxing said, I am Feng Yunxing, a disciple of Broad Creed Mountain of the world beyond world's southeastern Yang Heaven Territory's Royal Reed Sea. As you saw earlier, due to what happened just now, I am currently unable to fully control my body. The ritual of the exalted Raha luminary has only been completed half as of now. There is still the other half that involves a great devil. I do not know who it is exactly, but it is definitely no ordinary devil. Next, because of her, I will be venturing deeper into the 9 underworlds. Because I am unable to fully control myself, I am unable to leave behind any clues for others to follow. The marks left behind by my right hand may be erased by my own left hand the next moment. Therefore, there is no need to try and find me. I will leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, this message may be destroyed by me as well. She said slowly, if you are willing to help, Feng Yunxing will be endlessly grateful. Please help me pass this message to my clan, to my master Ling Yun, and to my husband, Yin Zhaoge. Having lived for several decades now, I have often failed and rarely succeeded. I have caused much trouble for those related to me. Feng Yunxing said solemnly, still this time, I will not lose. Not for gain or loss, not for strength or weakness. It is just that I must return to see you all again. With that, she smiled brightly, bright and enchanting. Zhaoge, I will definitely return. We still have not consummated our marriage. Chapter 1091. The Brocade Emperor. The encompassing Emperor and Meng Wan all turned to look at Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge was in a daze as he gazed at that illusory image of light, not speaking. Within the image, Feng Yunxing cupped her fists toward space before turning elegantly, her figure traversing through the layers of flames as she vanished from this devilish palace of flame, no longer being seen. The white light faded as the silhouette before them gradually vanished. Time was reversed as everything returned to its current state. Yin Zhaoge gazed at the empty palace, not speaking for a long time. Little friend, Yin, this matter involves the life of the exalted Rahu luminary. This old man and others of the world beyond worlds will probably have to get involved. At the very least, We must report this to the three sovereigns. After a long time, the encompassing emperor coughed softly and said slowly, "A top-notch great devil is also involved in this matter. For the proud, exalted Raha luminary to target him, this great devil must be extraordinary. While it will be difficult to continue pursuing the clues, as little friend Feng says, if there is a chance, we will also attempt to enter the depths of the 9 underworlds to search. I hope to find little friend Feng as soon as possible." Yin Zhaoge's gaze flickered as he turned to look at the encompassing emperor. The old man with a ruddy complexion had a calm gaze as no ripples could be seen within it at all. "Your Majesties, please get involved. The chances of success will naturally increase greatly," Yin Zhaoge said. "Of course, this Yin hopes to find my wife as soon as possible. Apologies for this. This Yin has always been looking forward to our wedding night." The encompassing emperor's gaze flickered slightly as he said nothing more. While he rather admired this youth before him, the matter of the exalted Rahu luminary this time had too many implications, as the encompassing emperor had no choice but to be prudent. The worst-case scenario would be Feng Yunsheng losing to Jian Shenhua, but Jian Shenhua not winning as well. The one who would benefit from this would be the great devil who had been schemed against by Jian Shenhua. Whether it was Jian Shenhua or Feng Yunsheng who became a devil, the outcome would be extremely terrible. The encompassing emperor naturally had to consider this possibility. Still, he similarly had to consider Yin Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain. The youth before him had too many connections. Besides the sword sovereign of Kunlun Mountain's northern high peaks, Jade Capital Crag, he was actually also inextricably linked to the roving Jade Heavens. Even with the encompassing emperor who was used to all sorts of storms, he had to calm his heart now. He had to be extremely cautious. Looks like we can only stop here." The Brocade Emperor did not seem to be thinking so much as he just looked rather regretfully at Meng Wan. "I hope that your friend will be able to turn misfortune into fortune." Meng Wan looked at the empty palace and felt a sense of loss in her heart. Hearing the Brocade Emperor's words now, she nodded, saying, "Don't worry about it, Daddy. I understand. I only hope that senior apprentice Sister Feng can return safely now." Yin Zhaoge smiled. "Being able to see you upon her return is undoubtedly a pleasant surprise. She should be very happy." With that, he cupped his hands towards the Brocade Emperor and the encompassing emperor. "Please wait a moment." Then, Yin Zhaoge walked up to the dim darkness that was suppressing the black ember and extended his palm. Under the circulation of the faceless devil scripture, Yin Zhaoge's entire body seemed to turn illusory. A green Buddha statue appeared above his head. It had 4 faces and 12 arms. Every face was blank, and no facial features could be seen. The gazes of the encompassing emperor and the Brocade Emperor both flickered. What an outstanding youth. His talent is peerless indeed. With their knowledge, while they were not proficient in the faceless devil scripture, they naturally knew that the faceless heavenly devil of legend actually did not have a specific external form, while possessing the true intent of no self and no form. Those who cultivated an external form of the faceless heavenly devil would still be far from being proficient in their cultivation bases. Or perhaps, the cultivators would intentionally infuse other concepts within. This was what Yin Zhaoge was currently doing. While he was projecting the profundities of the faceless devil scripture, he had no intention of falling to the dark side. The 12 arms of the green Buddha statue simultaneously extended, coming together towards the center as it suppressed and subdued that dim darkness and the ember. Then, the Buddha statue slowly descending above Yin Zhaoge's head. "Little friend Yin, you still have to be careful. That ember is the source of a devilish emperor's revival at the end of the day." While the encompassing emperor did not stop Yin Zhaoge, he still warned him. Yin Zhaoge smiled. "Thank you for your concern, encompassing emperor. Still, it is fine." He closed his eyes, the acupoints of his entire body suddenly shuddering. Seeing this, the gazes of the Brocade Emperor and the encompassing emperor both lit up. As Yin Zhaoge sat at the center of the back hall of the devilish palace of flame, his entire body suddenly glowed brightly. Streams of radiance that resembled bright starlight illuminated the surrounding area with him as their center, even penetrating through the walls of the palace formed of flames. At this moment, radiance lit up amidst the gloomy, devilish domain of the 9 underworlds, resembling the morning star in the night sky at the center of blazing flames and scorched earth. All the acupoints of Yin Zhaoge's body emitted light. Now, one of them suddenly dimmed and was extinguished. Soon after, a second, a third. While the light of some of his acupoints was extinguished, the light that surged from the other acupoints that were still glowing grew, increasingly dazzling as a qualitative change occurred. As the light flickered, it was like numerous stars circulated within the actual universe. Yin Zhaoge's entire aura surged along with this. He has actually ascended to the 8th level of the martial saint realm, the mid-immortal bridge stage, just like this. Seeing this, the encompassing emperor sighed softly. According to the news that this old man heard, he should have only ascended the immortal bridge not long ago before his lineage's opening ceremony. Besides admiration, the gaze with which the encompassing emperor looked at Yin Zhaoge also contained pity. This was naturally because Yin Zhaoge had already heard of the immeasurable heavenly lord back at Star-Reflecting Lake. The encompassing emperor shook his head as he looked at the brocade emperor, a rare look of dissatisfaction appearing within his gaze. While Yin Zhaoge's attitude towards Feng Yunsheng had given him a headache, this did not affect his admiration of Yin Zhaoge's talent. The encompassing emperor felt great regret that the brocade emperor's rash actions had resulted in the destruction of an unparalleled genius of Taoism. The brocade emperor smiled as he seemed to have long since forgotten about the matter of Star-Reflecting Lake, as he just clicked his tongue in admiration as he looked at Yin Zhaoge. Your determination is commendable. Indeed, the encompassing emperor shook his head, looking at Yin Zhaoge once more. While this was not shown on his face, the resolute aura emanating from Yin Zhaoge's body was obvious for all to see. The dissatisfaction and suppression within his heart did not transform into vexation, worry, defeat, or dispiritedness. Instead, it was like an erupting volcano as it completely transformed into a resolute will to advance unceasingly upwards. Yin Zhaoge's accumulations were incomparably abundant. Aside from major bottlenecks, there was no difficulty in his advancement at all. Still, in order to stably tread this rare path of his, he was neither hurried nor impatient as he steadily advanced one step at a time. Still, at this moment, he no longer suppressed himself. While refining the devilish fire had repercussions, he still suddenly strode forward, looking at the calm youth before him. The encompassing emperor really felt a headache coming on. I admire him even more now. The brocade emperor smiled leisurely. The encompassing emperor glanced at him. He is different from you. The brocade emperor smiled. There is nothing bad about being different from me. Red Lian has a rather good impression of him. I once thought of taking him in as a son-in-law. From the looks of it now, my judgment was not bad. This person is not just overflowing with talent.